Previously on the Lost Element. The Motley Hue pressed onward aboard the Glimmerwake, eager to leave the Spirit Dunes behind. Asja voiced her fears that Euan's self-sacrifice would one day cost him dearly. Below deck, Din carefully copied the ancient map and made amends with Truck, while Asja later joined him to uncover its secrets. Euan, lost in thought about the Koron tree and the Hollowflame's words, was stirred from his reflection by Veril, who reminded him that resisting change only leads to harm. That evening, over a shared meal, the crew pressed the Hue for answers. Asja revealed just enough to quiet their curiosity, and Argon confirmed their course towards the Spearpoint ruins. The group debated what little they knew, then drifted into quieter moments. Meditation, sleep, and even a sweet new dish made from whisper reeds. In the still of night, the ship's bell rang twice. The Hue rushed to the deck, where the dunes themselves seemed to tremble under the gaze of an immense spectral dragon. Its eyes lingered on the Glimmerwake, before vanishing back into myth and shadow. The wind howls, driving sheets of rain across the deck in heavy, ceaseless curtains. The only sound is the steady drum of water on emberglass as the crew stands frozen in silence. What had you just witnessed? Dragons are the stuff of myth and half-remembered stories. Yet the image of that vast spectral form still burns in your minds, too real to dismiss. Slowly, voices break the quiet. Crew members begin to murmur to one another. Their awe tinged with dread, the weight of it lingers. Wonder, terror woven all together. Then Argon's voice cuts through the storm, sharp and commanding, but with a tinge of awe to it. "Continue on course, out of these haunted lands, with haste!" The order sparks movement, but the heaviness does not lift. Around you, the rain hammers against the magical wards that keep it at bay, sliding harmlessly off in shimmering sheets as you look to one another beneath this unseen canopy, knowing rest had been brief. And after what you've seen, sleep will probably not come again easily.
Is that what I think it was?
I think
that
I
mean
ate
that
too
they're-
many cake balls before dinner. Bed.
I didn't eat any.
Oh,
You
unless
weren't
it's some
there when we made
sort
them.
of-
Sorry, or we would have offered some.
Oh, no, I mean, I'm pretty sure we saw the same thing, and I mean,
Maybe it's like when the knowledge of the Aether was unlocked, and everybody had a mass dream. Maybe we've done something, and everybody's having a mass. That wasn't what it was it?
I mean, there is stories of ghosts of dead things here.
Yes, but those those are from children. Oh, wait, never mind. Everything else I have researched is from children's books, too. Okay.
You said the dragon disappeared, right? It's no longer in front of us?
Correct. It faded like the rest of the rain into the storm.
In that case, Euan is going to just kind of slowly walk to the bow of the ship, just looking, trying to see if he can see it again. Mumbling something to the same effect of, maybe it was the cake balls, but not if others are saying it. Kind of almost weirdly just muttering or mumbling under his breath as he's walking towards the bow of the ship just to look around and see if he can get another look at it.
Okay.
But that is what I thought it was, right? Even if it is...
One of your ancestors? Yeah, you're right. I have to go get something from the kitchen. I'll be back. And she's going to pad off towards the kitchen.
Okay.
At the mention of your ancestor, he just kind of like nervously, out of reflex, glances around at who may have heard that.
And the crew is kind of all in motion. There's definitely people around you, but they don't look like they particularly cared about that specific comment.
Right.
Yeah. And he like forcibly relaxes. Asja, you said you walked off?
Yeah, Asja made her comment, turned around and went, I have to go get something from the kitchen, and immediately headed towards the kitchen. And you notice maybe... not, like, noticeably she's going a little faster than normal, but maybe there's a little pep in her step to get to that kitchen. Maybe before anything else is served to the rest of the crew.
Would you say that she's really trucking it back there?
Oh, she's trucking it back. She's making full haste, you know. There we go. Yeah, she's heading towards the kitchen, sorry.
Yep.
Ruka will just... He's tired. He wants to go back to bed, but with everything that's gone on so far, he already had a difficult time getting to sleep in the first place. He's just going to find like a center mast or whatever, lean up against it, and just keep an eye out.
Yeah. You can see as you look across the horizon and the endless shifting dunes here that just continue to roll off into eternity, it feels. The rain tattering all of them, the rock formations that pierce the sky. It is starting to become daytime. It's very early, probably 4-ish in the morning. But you all can mark off a long rest for purposes there. As you don't feel completely rested, but enough. With that as well, most of you are suffer from the lingering death that you occurred from the tower there. Go ahead and each of you that has that minus health, roll a d4 and you're able to recover that much of that health back with this long rest.
That's the max HP modifier that we're getting back?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
So like Euan, if he was missing or down 11 hit points or whatever from the death energy, now he's down 10.
The spell that had our maximum HP increased as well, how does that factor into all of this?
That is now gone. That only lasts 8 hours and it's been longer than that.
So, alright, so my normal is 46. I was brought down to the max thing of 39. I rolled a 2, so does that bring me back up to 41?
Yes.
Okay, just want to make sure I'm doing it right.
Yep.
Because
Okay,
I'm
and
keeping
then
a
after-
tally on paper, or else I will forget what my max was supposed to be, and
Nothing's
Okay,
quite
and
as
then
good
for
as paper and
a-
pencil.
Long rest, we can roll dice to recover HP. Is that correct?
Yes, you can roll
And
half
then-
your hit dice, rounded up, to recover HP. And then at the end of it, you get half your hit dice back.
Okay. So if I'm 2 down, I'm going to go ahead and roll 3 until I get at least 1 back.
Okay.
And it's the dice plus...
Plus your constitution
modifier,
modifier.
right?
Yes, which currently right now is 0 for you, I believe.
Yeah.
Just the dice.
Well, it's put me up to my current maximum at least.
Nice.
Plus 6.
So the Motley Hue continues to kind of be on top deck, Asja descending lower again. Just taking in some deep breaths, that cool, tide swell air mixed with that rain, the moisture kind of fills your lungs and gives you some of that reprieve from the chaos that was the last day. As you continue to just glide seamlessly across the dunes here, you standing, you went to the bow, so that's the front, right? You would, if you wanted to try to see where the
That's
dragon
correct.
was, you would want to go to the stern because you're like past where the dragon was at this
Yep,
point.
that then.
Yeah. As you head back to the stern, you can see the glimmering wake that gives this ship its name in splendor as the immense heat crystallizes the sand that it drifts across, just leaving this shimmering trail back towards, well, Valtari eventually. But as you're just kind of sitting there pondering, looking back in the direction that the draconic spirit entity, whatever this thing was, manifested to all of you, thoughts bubbling around in your head, the rain pouring down next to you. Eventually, Argon saunts on over and leans up against the railing there, staring out at the glimmer wake. Not the ship, but the wake. Right next to you. So what do you make of that?
I don't know if I believe what I saw with my own eyes.
I'm struggling as well. It was so vast.
I know they say that that's where we come from, but I can't imagine.
It is. I wonder if it's a blessing or curse that we were able to see something like that. Every time I close my eyes now, I just see those blue, pale eyes staring not just at me, but through me. I could feel some sort of connection.
Euan continues looking out to the back of the ship towards the glimmer wake and just kind of in his mind wishing to see it again. And he doesn't turn to face Argon while he talks, but continues in the same kind of hushed, odd tone. I have faced death many times in my life. I have tasted death at least once in my life. I know what death feels like. And it isn't this. I don't believe this to be a bad omen. I don't know if it is a blessing. but I don't think it is evil or bad.
Why here, though? You think that whatever that being was, it fell here?
Perhaps. Or it could be, if I was a more boisterous person, I would say it could be following the four of us. But if that were the case, it would have made itself known well before now, I would think.
Would be good to know if it is following you, because if it's following you, it's following, well, motions to the rest of the ship there. Tell me a bit more of your people. I know of the Sindarian, but not much. I was but a boy, not even when they fell.
Euan will relax a little bit and kind of lean against the railing, or if there's a building or a heavy barrel or something, not a building, but a room, wall that he can rest against. There we go. I got there in the end. And just kind of relax and let his mind wander. We were a militant people. We were Red Drakthir at the time. I'm not quite sure. It's lost to the generations of my my people why we ever split from the Pyroclast Isles. But once we found, once our ancestors found the Kuran tree in the primal ember that was underneath, that is where they decided to settle. And whatever caused them to split must never have left, because the military side, the battle-ready side of it, never left. We grew quite strong and quite proud of our defenses and our strength. And I still believe if it had been a head-on battle with the Khazdurim that destroyed the city, I don't think that the Khazdurim would have stood a chance, or it would have at least made their efforts far more difficult.
I'm sure.
But that night, they attacked and subterfuge and destroyed our watch. And, well, you already know the aftermath. I won't bore you with the details.
Right. It's a shame.
But
I've heard the stories and the history lessons that were drilled into me as a child. The war that fought and drove our people a wedge in there. The reason for the splitting, it's hundreds of years ago now, but they still tell the tales of that battle, those fights, and how formidable your people were, to the point where it would have all, if battle continued, it would have probably ceased to exist. So it's sad that your people decided to leave, at least whoever was ruling them at the time.
I don't know either. And any of the people that might have known more of those details are long since burned.
Right. Kinda takes a step back, looks up at the sky, the rain pelting his scales. Never was one to believe in gods of fire and the great dragons before us. I mean, they're a nice folktale, nice child's story, something I know a lot of people back at home believe in. Hold to. All seemed a little far-fetched to me, but what we just saw today, I might need to look at my faith a little bit.
To my people, our God died a long time ago. Well, physically. And he will reach up and kind of absent-mindedly grab at the necklace, the glass, having been shattered out of it, and so it's still glowing kind of brightly, even though he's holding it in his hand. Mostly, at least. We never prayed to the gods of old. None of that came with our people, at least in what I've been told. The Quran tree was our everything. It was what we prayed to, what we asked for blessings from, what we gave our offerings to, and what we gave our lives to protect.
There is something about that.
Sorry, go ahead.
Protecting something more than you. Just takes a deep sigh. Kind of lets you continue saying what you were going to say.
I guess I've never really considered what else could be out there, or even what stories could be true, but the things that I have seen over the last weeks, months, year, I don't know what I believe anymore. Or, no, that's not. He'll kind of stop for a second, and you can tell from his face he's trying really hard to think about what he wants to actually say.
Argon pipes up as he notices Euan thinking. I understand. The world right now is... so much is happening. Much more than I ever thought I would see in my lifetime. This new power, this aether that is on everyone's tongue and mind. It seems to be shaking up the foundations of, well, everything. Our understanding as a whole.
We were there when it was opened. When that door was unlocked, when that seal was broken, whatever you want to say. And I think listening to your words has helped me to realize what it is that I wanted to say. It's not that I don't know what to believe. It's that I don't know if I am surprised at what we learn anymore.
You can only be surprised so many times before it gets a little stale, right? Bigger and bigger surprises mean less and less words. But they teach the story of Borthil in your tinder tree.
That's a good question.
Go ahead and roll a history check.
Yep. I was going to say, let me also refer back to my notes really quick, but history is faster. With 0, let's go. 2.
You cannot remember that name is. If you had heard it before, you don't know what it is.
That name does not ring a bell.
Like I said, I've never been a devout follower, but I was told the stories and had to practice the religion, at least some. Knowing my heritage, kind of motions towards his crimson scales there. Let me enlighten you. I don't know if it will mean anything, but with what we saw tonight, maybe there's more on the horizon that it could mean. Yeah, the story goes, I mean, it's nowadays more of a folklore than anything. The giant dragon that was born from the chasms of the world, the center when the molten lava sang it into existence. Supposedly ruptured the earth itself and formed the magma spires. He points off into the distance, kind of towards where you are heading, and you can't quite see from the vantage point here, but right in that direction. We'll see them in the next few days, probably. Massive volcanoes that say to be the cradle of, well, our existence. But supposedly this Vorthul was a being of flame and heat and pure energy. A dragon that was so massive he flew across all of Arthar, spreading his wings wide, giving warmth to the lands, breathing fire to fill the soul of the soil. And he eventually landed down south towards the Pyroclast Isles nowadays, where he nested after such a long journey. In that nest he shed a single scale that became, well, the first fire Drakthir, according to our legends. But what happened to such an immense creature? I wonder if the stories are true.
But that then begs the question of, if he died near the Pyroclast Isles, then who is it that we just saw?
I don't know. Also, he as immense as what we saw was. The stories say that Vorthul was the size of the continent almost. I mean, usually there's a lot of exaggeration that happens in these stories too.
That's very true.
But I don't know. I guess something for us to think on, where it came from.
Euan's brow furrow a little bit. He'll kind of absent-mindedly break from the Elandris and kind of to the edge of his scar, which is the one place on his body that still has the red scales that kind of calls back to who and what he once was. It's been a very long time since I've regarded my own heritage, Argon. I'm so used to this now. And he'll kind of look down at his, greenness and moss and flowers, absent-mindedly pick a good berry from a quill and eat it.
Is that cannibalism? No.
Nope. I've checked. It has been a very long time since I have considered where I came from. I have now lived twice as long in this form as I had lived previously in my red scales. And I don't even remember what I looked like with them. There is something about being around you that reminds me of home. And while it weighs heavy on my heart, I am thankful that someone has given me reason to think of home other than the carnage again.
It's always important, I find, to remember the good times. They help the most to brave when the times are not good. As so often they are. He rummages through his coat and pulls out a lengthy pipe. Do you want some? He starts packing it, lights it up.
Euan will also pull out his pipe.
From my own.
Cleaning it out. Well, memories of ours is something that I bring from my home. And if you share with me, then the next time I will share with you.
Sounds like a deal. Takes a big drag on it. Yeah. And lets the smoke flow out of his nostrils before passing you the super intrinsically carved pipe that is in like a form of a dragon itself.
You'll study it for a moment. As that happy little woodworker that he is sometimes. Give a nod of appreciation. This is very lovely. And we'll take a long drag off of the pipe as well. And there would be a moment as he's doing so where Argan would see you and kind of reach up and wipe a tear off of his cheek.
The flavor is definitely different from what you usually smoke, but it's a little more emberish, but it's good. It was a gift from my brother before I left.
It has good taste. It's very different from what I'm used to.
I'm sure yours will be very different from what I'm used to.
I am very, very sure it will.
I'm excited. And with that, the two of you sit there for the better part of the rest of the morning here as Alamore slowly creeps up towards the sky, looking back across the dunes and seeing the Glimmerwake continue to expand off into the horizon. As we'll shift perspective a little bit, as are you headed down to the kitchen, what were you heading down there for?
Asja is headed to the kitchen. Is Truck there or not?
Truck would be at this point, like starting to kind of grumbly, a little bit of mourning, starting to prepare some sort of breakfast for everyone.
Okay.
A little dreary-eyed.
Kind of going. So after what just happened,
morning.
What do you in morning? As I was saying, after what we just saw on the deck, and what Euan said happened to, and what Euan said happened to him last night. Maybe we don't use any more of the reeds in the cooking till we know.
What happened to Euan?
She's gonna walk closer and kind of get up on her tippy toes and whisper in his ear. Apparently he saw some things after eating the cake ball.
Truck kind of holds his head. And,
That's why my dreams are so weird.
Could I not all of them, but could I have a few of the reads to study, and maybe I could figure out what's going on?
Oh, sure, I have a few left.
Pulls out a few and hands them to you.
Thank you. If there are any cake balls left from last night, I would strongly suggest that don't let anybody eat any. At least until we figure out what they're eating.
Okay. They seem fine, but yeah. I'll take your word.
Well, we did just see a giant dragon. I mean, they could just be mild hallucinogenics, but as not everybody on the ship ate them, they could be more. Just saying. Anyways, looking forward to breakfast. If you need help with dishes afterwards, just let me know. I will help.
Okay.
Going to
Always
go work
appreciate it.
on these.
And just gives you a thumbs up as he kind of drowsily continues to work in the kitchen there.
She is going to take the few reeds she has, take one away from them and wrap up the other two and put those two into her bag. And then, seeing as a lot of people are still up on deck and she's kind of by herself for a minute, she's going to take her dagger and just make a slit in the outer kind of skin of the reed and see if she can peel it back from the inner bit, the inner.
Yeah. You can do so pretty easily. They aren't super like sturdy, so you're able to quickly prepare and have the inner, more liquid-filled, kind of gummy in a sense, core of the reed there.
Yep. And she's at least the part that she's unskinned. She's gonna kind of look around, see that nobody's there, and pop it like a pixie stick.
Okay.
Basically, the peeled part, she's going to take a bite and just let it sit in her mouth for a minute, and then kind of chew it and just again open her book, bring out a pen, and she's, as things start to happen, if anything happens, she's going to write it all down.
Okay. It's definitely very fibrous. Like, the Euan truck did not use any of the reed itself. You used, like, the juices that it gave off. And so, in your mouth there as you chew it, it's definitely very gummy, very, tough to chew through here. It takes you a while before you feel like it would be safe to swallow. But as you do so, it yet again brings that gentle kind of sweetness to your mouth there that just kind of permeates longer than most sweet things do. Kind of think of it as like when you have something really, really spicy, how you have that lingering heat on the tongue for a good couple minutes before it slowly starts to fade. Like that, but sweet.
Okay.
But go ahead and roll me a Constitution saving throw. Or Wisdom, actually, was the
Wisdom.
save.
Yeah, I was
Yes,
about to say, wasn't it Wisdom last? Why does it have to be my highest one? Oh, no, it's the Charisma's my highest one. But why does it have to be my second highest one? Come on, fail. No, 25.
Okay. You can feel that with eating it raw like this, there is definitely a stronger sensation of, like, you get a little bit of a dizzy head for just a brief moment as after a good 5 or 10-ish minutes go by. You kind of stave it off.
Okay. Well, in her book, then, she will make notes of test 1, preparation method, how she ate it, and the fact that it was sweet, yet fibrous, which she'll make a note next to possibly good for gut health. And then mild dizziness, but nothing to what was described to her by Euan.
Right.
And she'll put everything away and I guess head back up to the deck.
Okay. As Asja goes on that whisper read tasting experience, let's return to the top of the deck. Where's the... Yes. Din, what have you been doing this time? You were woken, you saw the draconic spirit, and now you're left in the rain here as Euan and Rhukkarrak go off to the side there. What's Din up to?
I feel like Din was staring into the distance for a bit, like kind of gathering his thoughts, and then he would approach Rhukkarrak.
Rhukkarrak will just kind of glance at you and just Just kind of wait.
You think we are out of the spirit dunes yet?
He's gonna glance around and like hear a little bit of the reeds and stuff. What do you think? Pretty sure we would have been told if we had left them. I think the captain said it's another day, I believe. Half a day.
Something like that, yes. Well, this place,
Are you
I
in
don't
a-
like it.
I was going to say, are you in a hurry to get out of here?
Kind of.
It is quite unsettling. I have a question. You seem to know some things about history. What do you think Asja meant by talking about my ancestors?
Referring to what? The vision we had?
Yes. Like I have seen some figures in some of the Frostraktir homes. I assumed it was their deity. And that is where my... But, is she trying to say that there's... We're supposed to be the children of a god or something?
That seemed more like a monster to me.
I mean, that would make sense. Especially if it is a ghost. It would be very bad if we were dealing with a dead god. And I do know of some small villages that worship monsters.
I don't really know much about dragons, you know. Seems like you have more knowledge than I do.
Well, you and Asja are always talking about history and getting excited about it. I thought maybe you
I
know
guess the
something.
history... Yes, the history that I know is as seen through the lens of my people, and you know what we care about.
Well, I would imagine that anything, if there was a history with such creatures, it would be fraught with conflict. Just from whatever that vision or ghost or whatever, it shook me to my core. I don't know if it did you.
Well, I'm half your size. What do you think?
Well, I just wasn't sure if it was specific to my kind or if it was just a general. Good to know that it was not just me.
No, definitely something to be worried about if Kertus flies over this area ever, I guess. But why did you mention what Asja said? Are you worried about your ancestors? You being
Well,
different than what you thought you were?
I was just. Well, I don't know anything about. Well, not that I don't know anything. I know very little about the culture of the Frost Traktir. But like I said, what little I did know, I thought that was some sort of deity or something with the things that I saw in the few homes that I've found myself in.
Well, then, it's nothing to be ashamed about then. Being the descendant of a god.
Well, it's not. It's more confusing than being ashamed.
Why do you fear your other self then? If you don't mind me being so blunt.
I'm sorry, I don't think I quite heard you over the rain. You said, why do you
fear your other self then? You know, if it's, so powerful and there's so much history on your lineage. Maybe that's the reason you were stolen, don't you think?
Because I'm powerful?
Yes.
Me. That is very weird concept. I was always the runt, the little one, the one that was not capable of doing anything super important other than being able to take advantage of my if I'm not going to call it a curse, what are it? Transformation, I guess? To be able to get resources. That was the one thing I was good at. Everyone else that I grew up with was stronger. They could mold the earth into usable forms and use it like clay. Able to just the thought of me being stolen away because I'm powerful does not.
I don't know if I told you this, but I spoke with Shadowthorn on my own. And what I learned is that he's very interested in you. For the same reason.
Rhukkarrak's expression will harden a little bit. I know he's interested. What did he tell you?
Not much more than that. You know, he keeps his cards very close to his chest.
He was mocking me for not using my abilities, but that was about it. He didn't really tell me any.
Sorry?
He just didn't really tell me much either.
From what you said, probably he was eager to witness your other self. Your other form or transformation. Maybe to confirm something. You did never reveal it, did you?
I did not, but I don't know. There was something about him that seemed to when I met him, it was suspicious, as if he knew that I was not what I appeared.
And seeing this thing now, how does it make you feel? Big? Because maybe it's your ancestor? Small? Because it's terrifying?
I don't know. Well, it definitely instilled fear. But beside that, I don't know if there is any connection at all. I mean, the only thing that I know is the Frostrak the Earth seem to worship something like that. And what that has to do with me, I don't know. It's enough about me. What did you think about it?
Well, to be honest, my thoughts are kind of somewhere else, and that's what I wanted to talk to you about, actually.
Right.
Yes?
I was just going to say really, or something like that.
Well, yes, I talked to Asja and Euan, and well, I wanted to talk to you as well, because I guess, I don't know, I want you to know where I'm coming from, and I don't want you to think that I'm running away or bailing out or abandoning you. It's just that when we get to Florignis, I think I'm gonna find a ship back to Altari. Or, I don't know, I'm gonna find someone who can get me there as fast as I can. I've told you that I've been looking for my brother for a long time now, and when we left, my sister Brisa, she came to me and she told me she had a vision where she saw our brother in danger. And I have not learned anything from him or his whereabouts so far. So I think I should just go back and focus on that for now. I'm hoping I can, well, I made a copy of the map we found, so be able to look further into that at the Spire of Illumination and update Juan in what we've found. But for now, I think for me the most pressing thing is to find him. I hope you understand.
Well, not going to lie, I'm going to gotten used to you being around. And I'm a bit jealous. You seem to have such a clear goal. Right now, I'm not sure what I want to do. I've traveled halfway across the world, chasing a lead that, well, I basically turned down. And now the world has gotten a lot more complicated, and I feel it quite a loss. But that does not concern you. I hope you are able to find your brother.
Well, I do wish I could help you find your way. And if you want to talk, I'm here. It's been a long way we've traveled together. from Kertes all the way here. And I don't know. You are very talented at many things. I feel like perhaps the path we're walking right now, and well, especially you going north again, it's perhaps where you'll find some of the answers. And I hope you can help Asja and Euan be safe and find what they're looking for as well.
Well, that is at least one thing that I have a little skill in. And I am committed to at least seeing them through on this journey.
I think you perhaps are not giving yourself as much credit as you deserve, because even though you may not know where the path leads, you are walking on your terms, you know. If you rejected what Shadowthorn put on the table, was because you know what's best for yourself. And I feel like that's more important than anything else.
I'm not so sure that is true, but it is heartening to hear it from someone else. I'm certainly good at falling unconscious, that's for sure. But if my little bit of effort is able to help Asja figure out whatever this ether stuff is, and able to stop a repeat of whatever this mankind. That's another thing. I find that name to be quite weird. If they brought death and war, it does not sound very kind to me.
You're right.
And rude.
Maybe it's only they just called themselves. Regardless. Anyway. And plus, is mankind what they're all called? Or is there, like, womankind?
Who knows? They didn't say much, but Asja and I were wondering where they came from. You think they come from the stars? From above? If so, they must have feathers.
Feathers? In the stars?
How else are they gonna fly up there and come back? Or how did they get here in the first place?
I mean, the creature that we just saw in the rain had wings. Did not look like it had feathers.
You're right. So maybe they just look like Yuan?
I don't know. I don't know. What is needed to travel the stars? That is
I feel like if it's above, you need wings. Feathers? But you're right, maybe just scaly wings also work.
As Din ponders
fleshy
that,
wings?
you think back to the skeletal corpses, and none of them are winged at all. They're definitely not of a Drakthir nature either.
Maybe they used I mean, they did that skeleton didn't seem to have bone structure for wings, but I mean, Euan doesn't have bone structures in his wings either, not that I could tell. Or maybe they have a vessel like this, as he indicates the ship around them.
Euan is very unique, though. I feel like I haven't seen many tree Drakthir before.
Yes, though I have seen other Drakthir with wings.
A flying tree. What a sight to behold.
Asja, you would have came up above deck at this point.
Okay.
If there's anything you would like to
Asja, I have a question for you.
What?
What did you mean when you indicated the creature was my ancestor? I was thinking that it was a...
for many months I have tried not to say you were dropped on your head as a child. What do you think I mean by your ancestor?
From my experience, creatures that look like that were just... Drakthir was the Frost Drakthir god. Are you saying that I'm some sort of like demigod?
No. Please don't think that highly of yourself, Rhukka. No offense. I am not saying you're a demigod. I'm not saying you're a god. What I'm saying is somehow the creature we saw today, the dragon, somehow, I am guessing, is part of your ancestry. Seeing as, well... Never mind. She points at Argon and Euan at the stern of the ship. There is a remarkable resemblance between the large form and the pocket-sized. Don't you think?
So are you saying that all birds are related?
It is general knowledge, like, it's at least general knowledge of folklore that Drakthir did descend from draconic entities and that heritage. That's not a, like, wild thing to know. How that happened, when that happened, where the dragons went, that's all very much obscure.
We don't talk about the time of the bard. We don't talk about it.
You think I come from giant gnomes?
I don't know. I don't even know where my people originally came from. I know that she points back towards where you all came from. I know that at least some of my ancestors are lying dead as skeletons in the tower we were just in. I know from the book I read that some of my ancestors wandered, I guess after the age of despair. They were more nomadic wandering people until they found the heartroot tree, and that's when they stopped, and that's when our lives became bound to the tree. That would be the beginning of at least the Gemborn elves. But
Our people
I can't tell
that...
you what the first elf was. I mean, maybe at some point we came from bunny rabbits. I don't know. And don't ask what the bunny rabbit is. It's from a long legend, a children's story. They look cute, but they're not very cute.
Rip you to shreds.
Our people say that your people came from the light of Alamur, and that's why you're beautiful like the dawn.
You know, I might buy that, but there are some elves we have met that I would not say shine in Alamur's light.
We were speaking about one of those.
Which one?
The one whose played us in Elendor?
Again, I will ask, which one?
Well, the shady one. The one that clearly doesn't like the light of Alamor.
Oh. Wait. Shadowthorn? Was he an elf under there? I'm sorry, I only got to see little kind of motes of light where I thought his eyeballs were in the deep hood. I remember I only met him one time.
I think I saw some, ears and just
I
height.
have no idea.
Hair.
All I know is he stared at me for a very long time throughout that whole thing. It was very creepy. I felt, judged, maybe, a little? I don't know. Or maybe, like I should say, draw a picture, it lasts longer, you could stare at that instead of me, I don't know. What about you, Ruka? Did you ever see him?
Ruka, you did get a better
pretty
look
sure-
at Shadowthorn.
That's what I was gonna say. I'm pretty sure he did. Yes, he did seem to have elven features, but he was like DM. He was like gray skin. Is that correct?
His skin was definitely the palest elf you've seen. Kind of almost had a sickly green hue to it as well.
Okay.
Not
That's right, I
too
was like, I'm
dissimilar to
remembering-
Ruka's, actually.
Okay. Well, he was an elf, but his complexion was actually kind of similar to mine. Not quite as green, but definitely pale.
Maybe he has the same affliction that you do. Maybe that's why he wants to get to know you. Maybe he's not an elf. Maybe he's an orc.
Mhm.
Maybe. We still don't know why you're you. So maybe he's him because of the same thing.
Maybe he
I've
got
just never
something
met a
stolen
green-skinned
from
elf
him.
before. Maybe. I don't know.
Are you saying that I was stolen from him? This
No, I'm
is just getting
saying-
ridiculous.
No, we're just saying that maybe he was stolen. Something was stolen from him as well, the same way as you were stolen from something, obviously. I would assume that.
Ruka, I am your father. No.
I don't know. Maybe when we're in the north, you should look into more reasons about why the Sphinx would say something like that. I don't know. If you are, well, you are what you are, with kind of a mask over top, but if what you have all told me were the brighter the color, the more, I guess, familial power you come from, maybe somebody is looking for you. Maybe you were taken for a reason. Maybe, even if you're never going to do anything about it, maybe getting the truth might help you out, Ruka.
His expression is going to kind of like again is going to kind of like harden, and he's gonna kind of look back at you. I am not sure if I want to associate with those that destroyed the homes of those that I grew up with.
But yet you still ask us to associate with the Khazdurim when you wanted us to. Maybe you should think about that one.
He's he's going to like, I don't know how to describe it, but he's
gonna
get
about that one. No.
Yeah, like he's gonna seem to be a little, maybe slight shock and a little pensive and just
I have a
well,
point. More than on the end of my pencil.
maybe.
I'm not asking you to make friends with them. I'm just saying, for your own sake, learning the truth might not be a bad idea. Bring you some healing. Maybe then, she gotta start just, you won't have such a hard time trying to talk to your patron? Maybe there's something in this whole you being you thing that's blocking you from actually being able to talk to your creature, power, human, whatever is your guiding light. It's so hard to explain. I'm sorry.
Well, it is probably more of a guiding darkness, but I get what you're talking about. Well, this is a lot. So supposedly I'm some kind of super powered creature that needs to get to know myself, to get to know this being of darkness, and become best buddies with the Frost Arcteer. Got
No
it.
one said you had to be best buddies. How about you stop with that one, Ruka?
Oh, you're right. You're right. I should not.
No, instead, why don't you deal with it so you don't make comments like that towards us when we're just trying to be helpful towards you? I understand you have negativity, but we're just trying to help you understand you so that you can be content with whoever you choose to be, whether it's Ruka the orc or Ruka the other one, or Ruka is just Ruka. All we want to do is make sure that you are comfortable in the skin that you choose to be in.
Urka's just gonna let out a long breath. I'm sorry. I did not mean to lash out. I really do appreciate your perspective. It is giving me a lot to think about.
Well, it's the same as your perspective of the Kesdarum gave me a lot to think about. And, well, I don't think that they're monsters that are out to eat every elven child that they come across, like I was taught when I was younger. That maybe there are some of them that are not so bad.
With that,
So we have both done good things for each other. There. Sorry to cut you off.
No, you're good.
Right.
We'll just say we'll kind of pull back away from that scene, focusing on the hue above deck there as the hours start to pass by. Argon and Euan eventually break off, Argon having to go make sure the ship is doing what it needs to do and his responsibilities there. But he does near every hour kind of remind you all, we're almost there, a couple hours left of these spirit dunes. You can see the need or want from him to be out of this place as well. Too much has happened in the last few days. But as you all do progress here, is there anything else anyone wants to do in these few hours?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
As Argot is saying these things and stuff like that, she is going to turn to Rhukkarrak and okay, if it's only a couple hours until we get to the spearhead, she's gonna kind of look around and see that Euan is still staring off into the distance, puffing his pipe happily with the new ember smoke that he's got. You guys have noticed that Euan's been a bit hard on himself lately?
A little,
Yes.
yes.
And we are about to go into another place that could put us all in danger. Maybe we should go over and make a plan with him so he feels more confident in what we're going to do, and maybe then he won't bring that energy in with him. I just don't want him to get distracted while we're in there and do something silly. Do you guys understand? I'm kind of worried about him, is what I'm saying. So do you think it would be a good idea to make a plan?
What kind of plan are you thinking?
I have no idea. He's... Well, and you didn't, but he's the military one. Maybe we ask him to... What would be the best thing? And then he can come up with the plan that makes him feel that we are all the safest, and... Maybe that will help him. Do you think? I just don't want him getting distracted and... Then there's only so many times you can enjoy being thrown by Euan, right? I mean, we don't need him getting distracted and trying to sacrifice his life again to make sure that we all get out. So maybe any kind of plan. Maybe he could think of a plan.
So we just go ask him if he has some suggestions on the battle formation? That could work.
What do you think, Din? Do you think that's a good idea? Get him distracted?
Yes, that could work. I also hate being the voice of reason, and I mean, I get why you would do it, but I feel like, I mean, I tried to tell you that it perhaps wasn't the best idea. I tried to get out. Doesn't matter now.
Well, you were most certainly right. We should never have gone down there. It was... Well, okay. For me, it was a waste. Sounds like, Asja, you got quite a bit out of it.
I did. Possibly even engaged. I'm not sure. Let's go. She's gonna walk off.
Rhukkarrak will follow.
So you all make your way back towards the stern of the ship there, as the Glimmerwick glides across the sands and the waters here. You're all able to meet up with Euan.
Gotta walk up. Hey, Dad!
Euan is dead. No.
He's just a tree back there.
Nope. She rubs her palms together, guiding light on his chest. Bzzzt. Not this time, old man. Let's go.
Clear.
Wakes up immediately and is like, he's serious. Opens one eye, takes a puff.
Yep. Can't an old man get some rest around here? Ewan's eyes will kind of dart over towards all of you as you approach. Even though his snoot and general facial direction is out towards the back of the ship where we saw the dragon. You know, I still don't know if I believe it.
What, that you are as old as that thing that we saw?
No, that I do believe. Know that we saw it in general. But no, it's a strange feeling.
Is it the general understanding that the Draktyr came from that thing? Not that I don't trust Asja, but just wondering if it's
here.
And I was just wondering if it's an elf understanding or if it's a Draktyr. I can't say I've had a lot of education outside of the mountain.
The general folklore is that the Draktyr did come from dragons. In fact, Argon was just telling me quite the story while we were all chatting. Something about the dragon said it was Vorthel, right, DM?
Yes.
Who used to fly across all of Aruthar, spreading his wings and giving warmth to the land until he eventually landed near the Pyroclast Isles after his journey and shed a single scale in the nest, which became the first fire Draktyr. So those kinds of stories, I'm sure, run fairly deep for the Frost Draktyr as well. But that was even more than I really knew. I knew that there were stories and myths that we came from the dragons, but I've never heard it quite that detailed before. And now, after seeing this, I wouldn't be surprised.
Seems kind of weird to come from a scale, but who knows with that thing. But anyway, we wanted to ask you something.
Euan will fill his pipe with just a little bit more of the pipe tobacco that he snatched from Argon. Relight it with a quick produce flame cantrip, and he'll fully turn to regard the three of you now. Kind of for the first time, really taking his gaze away from the glimmer wake behind them and the direction we saw the dragon. All right.
Do you have any recommendations for like battle formations or something that we can do to make sure we're not in such a bad situation again?
No,
Maybe
I think
not
the
battle formations, maybe just what can we do differently that would keep us safe than what we've been doing.
Well, Euan will think for a moment. Part of the problem from last time is we overstayed our welcome. Weirdly, but also not. The Hollow Flame wanted us to come down there. He wanted to talk. And he was able to keep it at bay for a while. There's probably no such death energy savant where we're going that could keep something like that at bay. I think on this time we leave at the first sign of any real danger that seems out of our control and capabilities to handle. And we need to try to stick together. But until we get to the ruins, it's hard to tell what we're going to be up against. It's hard to strategize without knowing what we're going into.
With Euan saying that, Asja, you kind of just instinctively pull out the small little notebook that Jean gave that detailed these runes. And we'll just quickly go over what that detail was. And it was a very brief detail and an excursion that they had taken with some sentinels a few years back and found this Spearpoint runes. And they said that it was quite small. There wasn't a whole lot to it. They didn't encounter any dangers. and there were some etchings, some carvings of ancient, but they couldn't really decipher anything. And below that, they state that they're very curious to see if, from the Aether being revealed, if not more could be discovered at this site.
Well, Asja relays what's written in the journal. That's what's in the notes.
Well, in that case, we should hopefully be fine if there's not a large space for something like that to crawl after us again. But we
want
still
to
need
keep
to
an eye
try
out
to stick
on-
together.
We should probably keep an eye out on the desert itself, but if the ruins themselves are not that dangerous, it should be good. A nice break from, well, the tower.
Aye, but don't let your guard down. We don't know for sure what else got woken up with all of this. So, even with the notes that we have, even if we had a full map and the catalog diagram of every single thing that was in there, we can't be too sure. We still don't know what effects the Aether has had on this world.
I need to think on something for just one moment. Wait, you mentioned the name that Argon told you about a giant dragon that you came from the scale, right?
That is correct.
So, and she's asleep. What about the other gods? I don't mean to be alarmist here or anything, but do you think that the Aether has something to do with the gods? Maybe she's asleep because it was locked away. Maybe we are seeing the dragon there because things are weakening. Do you think that the Aether might have something to do with them?
It's very well could.
It would
I'm
explain
still
why
hung
she was
up.
asleep for so long.
I'm still hung up on what Hollow Flames said about Alamore being asleep and unable to cry her tears.
But that's what I mean. What if asleep? What if they're... what if they're not? What if they're... What if they can't reach us and that's what he means by asleep? Do you understand what I mean?
They couldn't reach us because of the Aether being sealed? Is that what you're saying?
That's what I'm theorizing. It's just a theory, it's probably wrong, but I don't know, maybe something to keep in the back of your mind. Again, if you hear anybody else from another culture talking about deities, maybe we should find out what other cultures' deities, if they've been around, or if they haven't been around, or if there's legends of them. I don't know.
True, but Euan, didn't you say the Hollow Flame told you that the goddess is still asleep? I mean, I don't know if you would know if the goddess
Aether
woke up,
hasn't
but
been unlocked yet, has it?
Not fully.
Oh, I thought
seal
So
that
why
was
would
the
she
whole
be awake?
rich-
If the
seal
Aether is not
has
yet
been
unlocked,
unbroken.
the knowledge of the Aether has been unlocked. Not the actual whatever this is Aether. I think we all need to remember that. We are in a race right now to either stop the Aether from being unlocked and released completely, or we are the ones that unlock and release it because we know that it's going to be a okay thing.
But
Right
what
now,
if
it's just the knowledge of.
What if the reason that the gods are asleep or have gone dormant or have seemingly left us is because the Aether affected them the first time, and that is why it was sealed? It's another possibility we can't discredit.
Also, I was under the impression that there was only one seal, that it is unlocked, and the race was to discover.
But no one knows how to
use
use it. So it's
But
not really being...
I could be wrong.
No, it's not really being used right now. No one really knows how to harness it or use it or apply it to the
Or
technologies
even
that
what
we
it
have.
is, aside from Aether.
For some clarification here too, from the studies that Asja has done and the dying words of Maldorwen, it was clearly stated that the knowledge of the Aether has been reintroduced in the world. Something was keeping the existence of it barred, but it is still said to be sealed away.
Thank you.
And furthermore, what kind of power can make an entire world forget the existence of something like this?
The power of the paragons.
Maybe that's why the gods went to sleep. They were too tired
It
after
was a
sealing Aether.
lot of people talking at once. Euan kind of shakes his head in confusion.
I
one
agree
at a
with
time.
Din. The Paragons. That was what Din said, the Paragons, and that's the one I agree with.
Well, I mean, it makes sense. I was just going to make a joke that that's why the gods were asleep. They were tired after sealing the Aether. But
There was only a way
Asja
we could
has
talk
done more
to
research.
the Paragons of old. Figure out what it is that they knew. We've been here walking
what?
with spirits. What?
You know what? That would be lovely. The easy way, wouldn't it?
Well, of course.
Unfortunately, you'll note that's the easy way. The hard
One
way is
can always
unfortunately
hope.
the way that we have to. That's true, but it also would involve a lot of death energy, and seeing as you guys are very not with the death stuff, and I get I'm not with the death stuff either, you know, it might be a little hard to talk to them without, you know, breaking some laws. Just saying.
oh,
Although,
Luca kind
maybe
of
they're
under his
buried
breath is going
somewhere.
to be, I don't have a problem with it.
Of course you don't. Can I roll it? Well, I guess it wouldn't matter. She would know.
What would you like to know?
Can she roll a history check to know if there are any, I don't know, is there anywhere that she's read about that may have had special graves or statues to heroes or something like that? Like, not Paragon specific, but just something that she puts in her mind that kind of like, hey, wait, this small city has a fountain with this many people, and, you know, I don't know.
Right. Yeah, go ahead and roll a history check.
Okay. Of course, 11. Never mind.
11. You've heard of things of that nature, like almost in the nature of communities and people. They idolize different heroes and legends, and there's often statues or different places memorializing these individuals. None that specifically reach out to you and make you drawn to that, but I mean, even like back in Elendor, there was that statue of the founder of Elendor, is what you remember. But similar things span pretty much everywhere you've been. There is also a lot of the world that you do not know of, but you've heard of things in stories and stuff that you've read too. But no specifics.
Although, there are lots of stories about places with memorials to the heroes of their town. Maybe.
If you try enough, you're bound to hit a Paragon, right?
Well, that's the thing. What I was saying is maybe if we find a graveyard and one of them just happens to scream Paragon, maybe at that point we do what Din did in the temple and kind of ask a few questions. I am not for cheating, but I am for there is not a lot of information we need available anymore.
Step 1, find Paragon Grave. Step 2, desecrate Paragon Grave. Step 3, talk to Paragon.
Yeah.
I was going to say step 3, profit.
What are you doing?
Profit.
No.
That's step 4.
As the theories and conversation continues, you all bounce different ideas and knowledge and theories across each other. But at the end of the day, it comes down to you need more information. And so you look towards the horizon to hopefully where this Spirit Dune, or not the Spirit Dunes, but the Spearpoint runes are. And as the rest of this day stretches onward, the Glimmerite continues to press forward. Each hour, Argon kind of chimes and continues to reassure the crew that you are indeed getting closer, even though the horizon basically never seems to change. The Sand Sea this time of year is drenched, a vast expanse of shifting, waterlogged dunes. Within the Spirit Dunes, you've seen these tall reeds like the stalks that rise in clusters, their eerie whispers carried by every passing breeze. Yet the further you travel, the scarcer they become, a quiet sign that you are leaving these cursed lands. The superstitions whispered as you entered this place seem half-proven, although the memory of that colossal spectral dragon still lingers. The last few days have passed in an uneasy calm, and slowly life starts to return around you. Great bowl-shaped plants brim with rainwater, tilting skyward as if to drink from the clouds. Pools draped in the vine nets blooms with pearlescent bulbs. Fish-like creatures scatter as the ship glides past, and even the drifting form of puffogs float lazily above. Beyond, the dunes give way to wide rolling hills that stretch endlessly towards the horizon, dotted with rain-fed lakes and jagged stone formations, thrusting skyward. The light of Almor begins to dim in the distance as you've traveled this day, painting the landscape in cool hues. As you're getting closer and closer, now more or less out of the Spirit Dunes, Argon kind of gives a call to the rest of the crew. Alright, I think we can safely say we're out of there. It'll be an hour or two. Make any preparations you need to. And we should be at this Spearpoint ruins. But you continue traveling. Is there anything anyone here would like to do as you get closer?
Guess Asja is going to prepare with fresh notebooks and pens and healer's kit and
I think for the last couple hours that we have before we arrive at our destination, hoping that maybe the memories of the land that we just come through, as it drifts behind us, will help. I think Euan is going to take some time to meditate and search inwardly for anything,
Okay.
whether it be with the trees or anything that the Quran is willing to share with him.
Okay. You find a quiet spot to kind of sit and contemplate your thoughts, the experiences you've had the last few days. And you're drawn back to that moment, that vibrant, brilliant moment within the runes where you took a back seat. At least that's what it felt like to your own life for just a brief moment. As this other force, this force that is still you, but not quite fully you, as you've been known, the Quran took a commanding lead for just a moment. And as you think back on that moment, the experience just overwhelms you still to think about it. The lack of control Euan had, but in the same moment, the brilliant amount of energy and strength and prowess that flowed through every fiber of your being. And the Quran is very much there. But you can tell that it is not there like it was. Not in that brilliant moment. That moment was but a blink of awakening, if you would. And currently, you feel it still at the back of your mind, present as always. But in a haze, a sleep-esque sense. Always still calling out and receiving beckons to these distant trees, these distant family, these kin. And you can feel that the Quran is desperate to awaken more. But there are scars that still need healing for that to happen. And not just the physical ones.
And I think that as that, not really epiphany, but as that information kind of takes hold in Euan's mind, the closer that we get to the ruins, he'll kind of snap out of it and break from his reverie, and will find moisture on his cheeks yet again as he comes out of this weeping, not really even realizing that he had started. But will take the time to dry his eyes before going back out onto the ship, the rest of the party, for whatever it is we do next.
Okay. As Euan takes moments to meditate there, is there anything else the rest of you would like to do? As you're preparing, garnering new notebooks and papers and pens, sharpening all the pencils, getting ready.
As she's doing that, like, I can wait if Rox and Din, sorry. If Din or Rhukka have anything to do first, I can wait, because I went already, but I do have a second thing I'd like to add in.
Okay.
Well, Rhukka is just going to, like, after their little talk, he'll go out and get ready and that kind of stuff, and then he'll actually go out looking for Euan and see him just kind of meditating. He'll just kind of leave him be, turn around, go back to their little room, and just kind of pace and think about what he talked with Asja about.
Okay.
And that's it.
Anything of note for you?
I think Dan's just gonna prepare his stuff and maybe like go near Asja, and while she's preparing her ink and paper and stuff, then we'll start like doodling birds, like Maldorwen birds, and then like kind of like ask Asja to help to chip in, try and like make an accurate depiction of one, since they're fresh from memory.
Mm-hmm.
Asja.
Other than preparing your stuff.
Okay, sorry.
Go ahead.
Yeah, Asja's preparing her stuff and everything like that, and it seems to be slightly distracted. And as Din asks her, I always do this, and she just casts a quick cantrip. She casts minor illusion onto the sheet of paper. So for 1 minute, there is this perfect Maldorwen bird that you can kind of trace around and stuff like that. It is basically a flat image. You're now seeing how she draws her pictures. It's kind of a flat image of what would have been depicted in the sky of these Maldorwen birds.
At least
This is how
according
I
to
do it.
Asja's memory.
Yep.
That's a neat trick. Why didn't I think about it? Thank you.
It's okay. I only thought about it when I was younger because, well, I had all of these images in my head, and I can draw. I really can, but they weren't. For some of them, they weren't as perfect as I wanted. Anyways, give me 1 second. And she's flipping back into her older notebooks, and she is taking out a rubbing and opening it up. Going, okay, have you reappeared? And she opens up that rubbing she made back at the original, Saurian.
Yeah.
Verelinfe.
Virulente, yeah.
Yes! Has the
etching
mark
has
of
returned.
the Aether... Okay.
It is still
Well, it's...
distant, as you still can't quite comprehend all that it means. It looks like some sort of symbol of sorts.
Mm-hmm.
But it has returned. Before you flipped through this and saw a blank piece of paper where this etching had
Where that
been.
one symbol had been, yeah.
Yeah, but it is
Okay.
now back.
Well, that's helpful. She'll fold the paper back up and put it back in the notebook. I'll study that more later on. She'll sit down, and after a minute passes and Din's image fades, she pulls out another piece of paper and a pencil and creates a second image of a different Maldorwen bird and starts sketching that and we'll sit there and draw Maldorwen birds with Din until the others, I guess, or until the captain goes, all right, off,
Okay. As each of you prepare in your own ways towards this Spearpoint, you're hoping that it contains something, but the notes that Juan gave weren't super detailed, and so it might just be something you're there for a few minutes, see it, and pass on. Who knows? We pick up as you all are drifting towards the Spearpoint ruins. Euan, you just came out of that in-depth personal reflection of sorts. And as you stand up to stretch your limbs, the aching scars that kind of tear through your physical form here, all of a sudden, something feels wrong. The air grows tense, your instincts prickling as the ship shifts beneath your feet. You start to hear hurried footsteps above deck, the sharp edge of panic in the crew's voices, and then sure enough, the bell tolls 3 times. Danger is afoot, as all of you rush topside. Just as the deck explodes into motion, crew scramble in a frantic haze when a violent roar of sand, a geyser, along with the starboard edge of the Glimmerwake, erupts from the surge. Goodness words. It surges a massive serpentine form, scales burning with deep reds and molten oranges, its jagged maw bristling with molten teeth as it slams onto the deck, scattering sailors as they dive for cover. Shantae's voice cuts through the chaos. "You're up, Motley Hugh! Get it off the ship and brace yourselves! More on the way!" As she points out towards the dunes, as you can see different lumps keening towards the ship, as the creature hisses, reverberates through the rain as it coils, ready to strike. I need you all to roll initiative.
All right, time to roll another 0.
Oh my god. We're fighting spaghetti bolognese.
Oh, nope, it's a 1 this time.
Let me make sure. Oh, great. All right, remember those initiatives for me for just a moment as I pull this up. Why is it not working? I just had it working during break.
Because you want it to.
Now it's not. Great.
Everything's broken.
It's called we took too long to get to combat, and now it's all broken. No.
Avert your eyes, chat.
They can't see
Don't
this.
look at the broken screen.
Only you guys can. Right. There we go. As we zoom in here, we go boop.
How dare these
All
serpents
right.
step on our ship? I mean, the ship that we're riding on. It's not. It could be ours.
Okay.
Now you're thinking.
Motley Hugh, you want mutiny?
Nope.
So,
What?
let me describe the scene here a little bit. You all just ran out from under deck there as you were getting prepared to visit the Spearpoint ruins. Argon's up on the bow here. Shantae is right over here, currently arming one of the arcane ballista, as Veryl's over here dancing with the winds, keeping the Glimmerwake gliding quickly. As you see several other sailors manning the sails and whatnot to try to get you to safety. Currently right here, this large creature bursts from the sands and is like coiling on the side of the ship there as you all arrive up the stairs. You can see several more lumps of the sand as more seem to be burrowing towards the ship in a very quick pace. The Shantae points over to the other arcane ballista. There's one over here, and the one towards the stern of the ship as well. And you're heading in obviously this direction at quite a decent pace. So with that all, let me get some initiatives here. Alright, let me roll for all these folks first. Then I'll ask for your guys' initiatives. Alright, there's all those. Okay, Asja, what was your initiative?
16.
16?
Yep.
Din?
9.
9. Euan?
I definitely don't remember what my initiative was.
You had one job.
It was a 1. It was a dirty 1.
Again?
Every time. I am
Rhukkarrak?
destined to go last in combat.
It's just the balance. It was just too strong. Rhukkarrak, what was your initiative?
22.
Euan has 2 left roots.
Damn it.
Right. All right. I will also reveal some of the other ones that you can kind of see in the scenes here as they're cleaning. It looks like those ones might not be as quite as the large one that is currently like slinking on deck there. But that begins the combat here as Rhukkarrak, you are up first. What would you like to do?
Okay. Ruka is going to... Well, he's just going to... He was not ready for a fight, so he's going to spend his action to gather his shadow armor.
Yep.
And his bonus action to draw and light his sword.
Yep.
And then he's going to rush towards the stairs.
Alright, so to get to the bow there, you have to go up over these stairs, because there's no stairs over here. So
Yeah,
you can,
exactly.
Just your full 30 feet, you can rush right up the stairs, pretty much. We'll say you get like right up there. Yeah. So as the shadows cling around Rhukkarrak, you unsheath the sword, of flame ignites across the blade there as you rush over up the stairs in a quick movement. Move to Argon, who says Drakthir curse underneath his breath as he holds his hand out to the side. He spits a lump of ember into it as it emboldens into a sword made completely of fire as he steps forward and more or less says, "Get the fuck off my ship!" as he swings out towards this creature. 17 is going to hit it. With 14 points
That's a
of
sign that
damage.
says no trespassing.
Yeah, he just points at the sign. You gotta be here. Alright, so 14 points of damage. You watch as Argon carves with this expertly maneuvered flame blade in his hand as the creature recoils from it. But you see the molten ember form of the creature does resist some of the flames that Argon is attacking it with, looking as brutal as it might otherwise be. Let's see. Alright, that is Argon's turn. He's going to stay there. As then we move down to Veril, who currently is shaping the winds as he calls out, "If they all gather to one side, I can push them off, but I need everyone not to be next to them if I do so." And that's basically his turn there. As Asja, it is now your turn.
Okay. Movement, I guess we will move 40 feet.
Yep.
I have 40 feet of movement, so wherever that is to the upper, but I will stick to the not big fireworm.
So it takes about
side.
20-ish feet to get up the stairs there, and then you would just like to go right over here.
Right there. Yep, right there. It looks great,
You
actually.
can do so.
Alright. Okay, we want it off the ship, correct? Yes, correct.
That's the goal.
Alright. Well. Alright, she is going to raise her hand, and we all know what comes next because she likes this as an opening move. We are going to try and guiding bolt the
Okay.
fireworm,
Fireworm.
and hopefully, seeing as it looks half on, half off the ship, maybe it'll help nudge it towards the edge a bit more.
Mm-hmm. Yep, go ahead and roll for attack.
13.
Ooh, 13 does not hit this larger one, unfortunately.
That is fine.
As the light emanates from your hand there, it beams over to the creature, but it quickly makes a maneuver and misses.
One question.
Mm-hmm.
Do I have my reaction? Can I use it?
You do have a reaction, yes.
Okay. And can I see Asja?
You can, yeah, barely. Well, with insight, I don't. It's about 5-ish feet off the ground. I don't think you could. No, not from the vantage point with Din's lower stature.
Okay, discriminating us. People.
All right, and bonus action, she's just going to create her staff in her hand.
Okay, as the light coalesces in the other hand, the opposite one that you fired the beam of energy from.
Yeah.
You have that quarterstaff in your hand. As you do also feel this oomph that kind of overwhelms you for a moment as you feel a connection to that other sword on your person.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
All right. With that, Asja, that is your turn. It is now the creature's turn. As this one first is going to lash out at Argon there. With first, it's going to swing out at its tail that wraps around and tries to knock Argon off his feet. We're going to see if that hits him. Ooh, 19 is going to hit Argon's armor class. So Argon is going to need to make a saving throw to see if he can't stay standing. Strength save. Oh yeah, he's fine. He brunts the whip of the tail just fine, but it does deal some damage. 10 points of damage to Argon. As he grits his teeth under that blow there. It then lashes out with 2 bite attacks towards him. At 19 is going to hit. But 11 is going to miss. So the 19 does hit. Damage here is going to be a total of 20. Let me double check because part of this is fire damage. Okay, so 18 piercing, 8 fire, so that's going to be reduced to 4 fire as he is a fire projectile. Only 22 points of damage, but that is still a pretty big blow. Argon definitely stumbles back and doesn't look great as it gnashes part of his shoulder as he kind of stumbles back there. It is then going to position a little bit further onto the ship here. As it kind of coils around him. Not quite enough to leave his opportunity or his melee range there, as it's a pretty large beast. Yeah, that will be that one's turn. As we can now see a bit more of the other ones here that begin to make their way towards. Why is it doing it? No, there we go. They got 60 feet, so this one's beelining over here. This one's coming up over here and getting on the ship right about there. As they kind of leap up from the sand, looking almost like a fish in water for just a moment in the sand as they leap up. And then that is their turn. We'll see one more up here that reveals itself. And then one more right... It wants to show itself. That. There, as they start to get closer, it's a little bit easier to eye exactly where they're at. You can see there are more in the direction the ship is heading, but they're still far enough away. All right, Dan, it is your turn.
All right, so with my bonus action, loading my crossbow super fast, I'm going to shoot towards the donut north.
Okay, you can do so.
Okay. So my crossbow, bonus action. Whoop. Okay, 27 to hit.
27 definitely hits.
Yeah. Now I'm gonna try and push him like off their ship.
Yep, and that pushes him 10 feet back, yeah?
Yeah.
All right, that, yeah, we'll push him off the ship a little more. There. As it kind of flies back, taking the, how much damage? 11 points?
Yes.
Okay.
And then, like, running, after he shot, like, he started running immediately.
Okay.
To get on top of the ballista.
The one that you just cleared? Right over there?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, let's bring you over there. There you go.
Can I use it?
Yeah, it is currently prepared and ready to go. It is an action to do so.
Yes. Okay. So yeah, he runs and like, as the thing is like mid-air, he's gonna try and shoot it with the ballista.
Okay, yeah, because it was your bonus action to fire the other bolt.
So
Very nice.
do I roll what? Like,
So you're gonna roll attack. You are not yet. Well, no, you are proficient in this because you. What are your proficiencies?
with
you have,
weapons?
Yeah.
All weapons.
Yeah. Okay. All weapons. This is considered a weapon. So yes, you are proficient in it. That's going to be using your dexterity plus your proficiency.
Okay. I mean, I'm proficient in martial weapons and simple weapon. Is what it says.
Yeah, just use. I think the crossbow nature of these. I think then it makes sense that I don't know if Rhukkarrak would be quite proficient yet. Maybe in the following days as he practices more. But yeah. Ooh, 11 is going to miss it.
Let's make it a 21.
21. Okay, using
using my
channel divinity.
Yeah.
Okay. So as you kind of have to crane this larger ballista using a lot of your force, use the momentum, in fact, to kind of crane it right as you see the large worm, serpent, fire, spaghetti guy, donut falling towards the sands. You kind of grasp it as Ashante showed you how, as the runes start to flare up with energy, and then a large beam of fire shoots towards it. Go ahead and roll 5d10 for me. Ooh. 28 hit points.
28.
Alright, as it hits it, it recoils heavily, it falls to the sand. You can see once again the fire nature of these is not as effective, but it's still, I mean, that's a big blow. As parts of its like hide, this kind of skewed hide, get just blown off with the impact there. As it recoils and hisses and looks to almost start to burrow back down into the sand. No, deeming that this might not be worth it for that one in particular.
Okay, and that's my turn.
Okay. Shantae's up, and she's going to crane this over to and try to shoot this one over here. So she's going to roll an attack there. Where is it? There it is. 19. That is going to hit that one. So we're going to double check. Why is that not? Do it. There it goes. 5 to 10. 29 points. Alright, so as that one gets blasted, it takes a bunch of damage. And she continues to like reload and prepare to fire another one towards the other ones. As that is her turn. We move on to Euan. I mean, it's finally your turn, Euan. Yay.
Yeah. Euan is going to he's gonna have to run around to the stairs, and he's gonna go tangle with the big one.
Okay.
I have 40 feet of movement, so
you have to get to like there. This is 23, and then you can. That's like 30. Yeah, we'll say you can get like right there. Wrap up around enough to be in melee with it, with your 40 feet.
Yep. Bonus action, Euan is going to rage.
Okay.
And as he rages this time, the familiar branches come out and envelop him, except these branches seem a lot more densely packed. The bark seems a lot thicker and more craggy, if that makes sense. As the tree has slowly been taking more of him in the light of recent events.
Mm-hmm.
And he is going to let out a roar that sounds like a forge roaring with flame, As he raises the halberd over his head, where's my thing to actually activate the rage abilities? There it is. And is going to unleash 4 rounds of attacks on the beastie that is in front of him.
Okay.
So 19's a hit.
19 definitely hits.
Right, and I'm just going to roll the second attack really quick as well. There it is. As a 14 hit.
14 does not hit this larger one.
All right.
The plated scale scutes are a little more durable on this larger one.
Yep. It's going to be 13 points of damage.
13 points of damage. What kind of damage?
That is slashing damage.
Yeah. That's good.
With the Ember Lash Halberd.
Yep. As you slash a big carve of it, it almost doesn't bleed blood. It's almost like molten magma in a sense from its interior here that starts to spew out onto the deck and just sizzles from the rainfall.
Actually, no, that is slightly less than it should have been. Hold on, I forgot to...
Apply your rage damage.
No, I forgot to actually swap out the... It's the word I'm looking for. Attunement to it.
Oh, okay.
Over the time that we were
Right.
in here. And that is removing the Brooch of Shielding to...
Right. So I think it should do, what, 1 more damage?
to
It's
that.
+1 now?
That is correct.
So
So it
14
does
instead of-
+1 damage, and that also makes the 14 a 15 to hit, if that makes a
15
difference.
does not hit. 1 shy.
Okay.
AC is 16 on this
Right.
boo boy.
Yep. All right,
But
and
close.
that is Euan's turn.
Okay. We move to the top of the round as the Glimmerwake moves about 30 feet. Boop. Carrying alongside, looks like that one was not quite on it enough as it kind of slides off of it after being hit from Shantae's thing as well. Now on the sands over there, and that is the top of the round. Now we are at Rhukkarrak.
Okay. Rukka's going to use his bonus action to flip his Gust Guard dagger into the air.
Okay.
And then he's going to rush in next to Euan
Okay.
and attack it with...
Where would you like to be? Up here or down here?
sure, down there.
Down there.
Or
Okay.
go down. Yep.
Boop, boop.
And he's going to attack with both his dagger and his sword.
Okay. Roll for attacks.
It's a 15. Which
15 just misses this big boy.
darn it. Okay, and then the dagger.
There you
19.
go. Dagger definitely hits.
Okay, we do 5 plus
Sneak attack boonies.
6. 9. Total of 14.
Total of 14. Okay.
Piercing.
It definitely is accruing quite a bit of wounds as it kind of recoils from those other slashes. More of this like seeping magma kind of pooling on the deck of the ship here. You see luckily the ship is not made of wood, or else that would be a very big problem, but the amber glass below just hums a little more vibrantly from the magma. Anything else?
Ruka's turn.
Okay. And now you have blade board as well as boom. Did you do booming blade on the?
No,
Okay.
just blade board.
Blade board and mage armor. Right. Okay. And now we move to Aragon, who is going to position himself a little bit up here as well. Actually, he's going to get in a bit of a flanking position with Rhukkarrak there. I think it's a bit bonus to his attack modifier there. As he swings to hit. Oh, even with the +2 from flanking, that's not going to hit. Double check. He did summoned it this turn. Can he swing with it twice? Un completo. Nope. I think it's just once. Yep. Okay. But it swings wide with it as it coils up a little bit more tightly into this like ready strike position, and he just misses it and curses under his breath. All right, that is Argon's turn. We move to Veril here, who continues to guide the winds as you see the large Zeph manta ray above, being a little more frantic in this nature. He is going to see if he can't blast this one that's close a little bit further away. There we go. Yeah, so it's going to make a strength saving throw. So you see he kind of like points one arm in the flurry of a dance move over to it as a large gust of wind rushes over to it. And it's going to make a strength save. DC 15. Oh, that's a 17. As the winds batter against it, it stays put as he continues to move the ship forward. All right, Asja, it is your turn.
Okay, seeing the large dog pile on the giant one, Asja is going to turn her attention to the one out in the sand to the north.
Yep, there's one up here.
Seeing that the other one decided maybe this ship isn't the best and went in, she's going to let's do a little Eldritch Blast and see if I can get it to also can reconsider its life choices for that day.
Okay, go ahead and fire those blasts off. Ooh, 14 does hit the little ones.
Oh, good.
Little ones are still a large creature, but
bad day. All right. That is 4 points.
Yeah.
Oh wait. Wait. Oh, wait. I have a second one.
You do?
I forgot. I do.
Yeah,
this
that
time
hits
it's
as well.
19. That definitely hits. And
Yeah, it is.
9.
Five.
So 9 points of
9 total. Very nice.
Yeah.
The batters, it kind of recoils from the sand. Still doesn't look deterred quite yet. With still might need a little more damage to deter it, but it definitely hurt it for sure.
Okay. Asja is going to keep an eye on Argon, though, who has been injured already, but still seems to be up and fighting and all the rest of that. But she is going to keep an eye on making sure that the captain of the ship stays standing.
Right.
Just so that... And there we go. But, yeah.
He looks wounded. He definitely is bleeding, not super heavily, but a decent amount from that shoulder where it lashed out. But okay.
Okay. If he's... but it doesn't seem to be impeding what he's doing. He doesn't seem to be on the verge of, like, falling over.
It doesn't look like
okay
he's... Yeah. On that edge yet, but he's definitely hurt.
Okay, I can wait to... Okay, that's her turn. She can wait till next turn to heal him if need be, so...
It is now the Spaghetti Donut's turn. As we'll reveal more of them that start to show up. So here. Come on. That one there. Then these ones start to... This one fully comes up on deck here. Boop, and starts to attack Shantae there. It's going to make attack there as it bites out towards her. Ooh, dirty 20. That is definitely going to hit. For a total of 13 points of damage, and she does not have that resistance to fire. So she does take all of that as she yelps in pain. Boop. And then they only get the one attack, though, being the smaller ones. So that is its turn. Then this one here is going to to make a break for. It's gonna have to use its entire turn to get on. Come on. Go, little sand molten worm. There it goes. This one also is going to leap up and get on deck right there. But yet again, they cannot attack because they had to dash to do so. This one's just revealed. This one's like, nope, I'm out of here. And he goes over and burrows doing so. And he's removed. It's just a lump of sand in that direction. Alright, now Big Boy's turn.
But I want your sauce on it.
He's going to shift a little bit. Euan, you can make an opportunity attack. Argon is going to as well, as he kind of shifts in the corner there, feeling a little cornered by the three of you.
21 to hit.
Ooh, Argon misses. Euan, you do hit though. Go ahead and roll to hit.
For 12 points of damage.
12 points, okay. Good damage. As it rears, as you carve another bit of its chitin off, leaving more magma kind of pulling in the bit there. It rears its head down now as you watch it, like kind of gritty, sandy, almost molten mouth starts to open as it frills several different of these carapace parts of it and ejects a large bit of molten sand in a cone here. We're gonna have, I think, yeah, it's 30 feet cone. So yeah, Rhukka, Euan, Asja, and this sailor right here. All, wait, why did this guy go hide? Don't hide, little dude. All of you need to make a dexterity saving throw for me.
Well, the sailor is gonna become part of the ship now.
14.
Let's roll for this guy. Let me double check the save here. Where is it? Why is it not telling me? Dex 15 save. So 8 fails. And the sailor got only a 9. That fails. Rhukkarrak succeeds with the 22, and Asja, you fail with 14 there. So it is going to deal the damage here.
Can Rhukka uncanny dodge this?
I think uncanny dodge has to be an attack.
Yeah, when it hits you with an attack.
This is not considered an attack in his ability, so I don't think so on this one. Is it?
Yep, I didn't think so, but I was hoping.
Yep. Right. Why is it not doing it? Oh, there it is. Aha! It was, okay, damn it, here we go. As 29 points of damage, half of that is fire. Euan, it matters for you. 14 of it was fire, 15 of it was bludgeoning. As it kind of like sandblasts you. Like, you guys seen those like sandblasters they used to like clean off metal? More or less that same thing, but this molten hot sand just starts to tear through your skin in this moment.
I forgot to roll on my turn. Rhukkarrak has 6 temp HP.
Very nice. Okay, so
Nice.
6 of that 29 gets eaten by that. Oh, you actually only got hurt half, so you only took 15, Rhukka. So you only took actually 9. But this gig falls down. This sailor over here, he is definitely downed. Where is the conditions? No.
And I'm assuming I take the full 29.
You do, yes.
Alright.
All right, with that is their turn. So we move on to Din, who's over here.
Okay, so Din is going to kick the butt of his crossbow to grab it and like reload it super fast and attack. So I'm gonna shoot the donuts south, trying to like
Okay.
knock them off the ship.
The one right near Shanti, or this one?
Yeah, both of them. I'm gonna
Okay.
use my action and my bonus action. So
Yeah.
I'm gonna attack twice. First is like the one next to her. Second
Yep.
one, it's the
That
other one.
hits.
Okay,
And both those hit.
nice.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, the first one was 6 damage. The second one was 8.
Yep.
Okay, and like after seeing that blast of molten sand go off, then is running also after shooting up the stairs.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna stop right at the cusp of the stairs. And from there, I'm going to cast a guiding bolt at the creature.
The big one?
Yes, using my action surge.
Okay, action surge.
Nice.
Oh, 17 does hit. Just barely.
Awesome.
Go ahead and roll.
Yeah, conflict guide me. And then, yeah. So I'm gonna cast it level 2.
Okay.
So it's 5d6 radiant damage. Here I roll for it. Ooh,
Ooh.
18 points of radiant.
18 points. Okay, yeah, it is definitely looking pretty rough as the light scatters across it, gleaming these sparkling, bejeweled like outline that now consists on its scales.
Yeah, cutting it with my laser eyes. And then how much movement do I get? Do I have left?
So from there, I think it was around 20 feet. Yeah, 22. So you have like 8 more.
I'm
if
gonna
you
like step a little, like actually down, like
down the stairs.
to the middle of the stair. Yeah,
Yeah, you can do so.
and that's it.
Okay. Alrighty. Shantae is up. She's going to reload this mechanism and then fire again. She's going to try to fire the other one that's right next to her, that just bit of chunk of her. She will have a disadvantage as it is close enough. But, where is the thing? There it is. 10, 15 is going to hit that one. Nice. Okay, and then for damage on that. Oh, not quite enough because it deals half damage. Not very effective. That one's looking very rough. It definitely does not look like it's going to continue its pursuit. Alright, with that, we move on to Euan.
Alright, so beginning of the... Am I within 10 feet of Asja?
Let's see. Yes.
Right, so Asya is getting 7 temporary hit points from Euan's vines as they
Yeah.
trail out towards her. And then... Sorry, the one that is next to the ship is not on the ship, it's on the ground next to the ship, correct?
And this one fell off it, so it's like
Okay.
a little bit further down, yeah.
Yeah. So I think still standing there because I believe I'm within 10 feet of the spicy boy.
You are.
I'll
move it a little bit.
circle
There you go.
a little bit around Rhukkarrak so I'm not hitting Rhukkarrak
Okay.
as I take full round attack on it.
Alrighty. 25 hits.
25 to hit. For 13 points of slashing damage. Magical slashing damage, that makes a
Yep.
difference.
It is hurting.
Then I have a polearm master attack. This is supposed to be at +8, so it's going to be +1 to whatever that is. That's a dirty 20
Definitely hits.
for 27. For it's actually 11 points of damage
11 points. Okay.
from the polearm strike, and then the last attack going in as a 19 to hit
19 hits.
for a total of 16.
There you go. That is enough. How do you
on
chop
the
up this
big
beast?
boy. As it rears back, presumably to do yet another sand blast, Euan is going to bring the spike at the tip of the halberd up underneath its chin and spear through its lower jaw and up into its brain, and then drop it.
As the molten kind of sand starts to ooze down the halberd as you unsheath it from this thing's skull, it rears back, its body slowly going limp and thudding to the ember glass deck. It dead. Okay.
And then could you zoom out just a little bit so I can see what is and isn't still on the ship?
Yep.
All right. He's just gonna whirl around and stand over by the other one to give Asja a flanking bonus when it comes her turn again.
Okay.
One of the
If
mini
Luis is
donuts
still
still
there.
left on the tray.
The mini
Right?
donut, huh?
And I'm going to eat it.
Nom nom nom.
Okay.
All right. That's you, and that's action, bonus action, movement. That's everything.
Okay, we move to the top of the round as the Glimmer Wake proceeds to move again. Another 30-ish feet. Cool. I didn't want to move. Oh wait, is it because I'm holding? Wait. I think it's because I was selecting both Euan and the Glimmer Wake at the same time. New technology this, because now I can actually move the boat with all of you on it. There we go. So it shifts over,
Fancy.
leaving some of them behind, but getting closer to others. Now the crew can act. They didn't do much last turn other than try to continue to maintain the ship's progress of moving. But this guy up here is not going to stay there. They're going to use a dash action to rush on over here. If it will. Gosh dang it. Move, little dude. There we go. He does rush past that guy, though, and does get an opportunity attack from this beastie.
Oh no, can we get glazed?
Hey! It doesn't hit. The 6. They have a really low AC. They're just commoners, but hey, it doesn't hit. Alright, so that's that, and he's just rushing towards the actual, like, interior here. Why is it not letting me move him? Go! Go! There we go. Goodness gracious. These ones are gonna just kind of back up a little bit from this one. This one's actually gonna go over to this one over here and start to get it equipped, so you could potentially shoot some of these that get in range of that one there. And yeah, that's about all they do. So Rhukkarrak, it's not your turn.
Okay. I'm going to head up to the snake at the top there.
Yep.
Oh, and the molten sand in his face made him lose concentration on his dagger, so
Oh, no.
he caught it quickly as it fell and slips it into his belt. And as he's running over, he's actually going to use, as part of his attack, he's going to breathe out and coat himself with frost spikes.
Okay.
For 10 temporary hit points.
Nice.
And then continuing his attack, he's going to attack with his dagger.
Okay. 14 just hits these little ones.
That's going to be 3 plus sneak attack. 10, so 13
total.
piercing.
It's definitely looking bloodied. Or magma-y.
And then I guess as a bonus action, he'll flip the dagger back in the air.
Okay.
Why not?
Alrighty, and flipping the dagger, just remind me, because Benjamin, what are you doing with that?
It's blade ward.
Blade ward. Okay, that's right.
casting Blade Ward.
All
Using
right.
a charge.
Argon's going to stumble back a little bit, seeing the three of you. Whoa. Have that one pretty in its clutches. He's going to stumble back here a little bit. And not wanting to get too close to the edge, seeing these other ones come in. He's going to look back to parts of the crew, look towards the individual who's like on the floor, pretty much dead there, and just say another curse underneath his breath as he holds out a hand and shoots off some flaming firebolt towards this one. Oh, whoops. That's damage. Okay, he'd hit, so we'll just use that same damage. So 9 points of damage towards that one, which is halved. As he fires that out and just mutters more curses underneath his breath. Not looking too happy. But you're going to step a little bit closer to the middle here. I'm going to be right next to the side there if they do breach the ship this turn. Alright, Varel will call out that he's going to get rid of these ones. And with a large sweeping movement of a flurry, this wind kind of coalesces that has been pushing the Glimmerake for just a moment and does a large blast of wind against those two. So they're going to need to make strength saves. Oh no, there it is. Yeah, strength save throw. DC 15 for these guys. So the bottom one there fails. Top one succeeds. Alright, so this guy gets pushed back 15 feet. Whee! And then that one succeeds. Alright, so that's Varel's turn as he continues to maneuver the Glimmerake. Argon kind of calls back in his action too.
Varel, keen us towards the south. We're just running into more of them.
And Varel gives a nod and trying to do so. Alright, Asja, it is your turn.
All right. Asja's a little upset. Anybody who's run over to help her will notice that she's probably got sandblasted quite well. Well over half of her hit points. Just ouch. Okay, she is going to allow the staff to fade, and she is opting to take the blade out.
Okay. As you unsheath this blade, this combat is all chaotic, and the two, Euan and Rhukkarrak, don't quite get a good glance at it right now, but it is definitely darker and more ominous than it was before.
And we are going to... Yep, I get my attacks with it. So, number 1. That would be an 18.
18 hits.
Alright. I'll roll normal damage first. So that's 5. Then I will roll the additional things that need to be rolled.
Okay.
So that's 1 for me.
Mm-hmm.
And an additional 4 necrotic damage for the wormy.
Okay, so the damage initially was 10 damage, right? You rolled a 5 and then it was plus 5 from the modifiers.
Yes.
Yeah. 10 damage from that. Ooh, it's looking rough. And 4 more, so 14 total. Yeah, it's looking really rough. But as you carve down with it, this blade feels right in your hands. As you carve down into it, it does leech a little bit of that life and imbues the blade with more of that power, causing the worm to really recoil and suffer a lot of damage there. But you just feel that stain on your soul almost as it does so.
Yep. Your poor girl. Alright, well, unfortunately, she does get her second attack with it.
Mm-hmm.
14, which hits.
Yep.
So that's 9 plus, I'll do the plus for this one first. 9. So that's 11 points total, but 2 of them are necrotic, and she takes 4 points of necrotic this time.
Okay. As you slash down with that other strike, you can just feel that oomph again, once again, kind of racing down your hand there that is holding the blade. As it carves into the creature, the black tendrils kind of reach out and just encapsulate the creature as it goes limp, dead with that last strike. Yeah. Oh, no, don't go away. You're just supposed to be dead.
I totally forgot I had advantage on both of those because I had flanking, but that's okay.
You just got
We
plus
hit
2
anyways.
to, yeah. So.
Yeah, we're fine.
Yeah. Alrighty. With that, I'll say Ruka and Euan, go ahead and give me just perception checks to see how much you notice of that. You are kind of in the same space here, fighting this
18.
creature.
8.
8. Rhukkarrak's still brushing the sand out of his eyes, but you do notice that more or less what transpired there. You remember fighting Malric with that same blade, albeit it's now not radiant and a little less bright, but Malric would use like his own life force in a sense to empower that radiance, and it looks similar, albeit twisted. Alright,
Gotcha.
with that we move on, unless you want to move at all, Asja?
Bonus action. Featured. As I said, she has been sandblasted before she was given the temporary hit points. So we are going to expend 4 of our healing lights and try and regain some of her skin and hair that is missing.
Okay.
So that is. Um, 13.
13 hit points back. Very nice.
Yeah.
That duality
25.
with the sword of death, more or less, in your hand there. You place the other hand, not holding the sword, on your shoulder, where more of that sandblast hit, and revitalize some of that. And interesting, the duality of both life and death here seen in a brief moment.
As
All right.
her eyelashes and hair start regrowing, as well as skin, you no longer see the muscle tissue underneath.
Right?
You got her down. She was at 10 hit points.
Yeah, no joke. Sandblasting hurts. Alright, with that, it is now the creature's turn. As those two are dead, this one gets on board here. If I can actually select it. There you go. Nope. And it's having really issues today with moving. I don't know why. You move. There we go.
Donuts are sticky.
Right? Alright, so it's going to move up and kind of wrap around Shantae there, being a little bit more on the deck after being blasted off a couple times. And it's going to bite into her from the back there.
Shantae, 10. Stop it.
Nom, nom, nom.
Oh,
That's a natural 20. Ruh-roh. Okay, that is going to be, yeah, a bunch of damage. We'll see.
Yeah.
Critical hit here. For 25. Oh, she's very low. But She like stumbles to one knee as it nearly tears off one of her arms there, as she just yelps in pain. And that's that one's turn. You can see there's one more that reveals itself here as these ones start to careen towards the ship. None of them can quite get to you and attack. They do leap up on board there, right in your business. This one doing likewise. Whee. As they kind of like slither up and then very deftly just slither up the side of the actual Glimmerwake on board. This one gets a little closer. This one says, I'm out of here. Goes away. Brodos. There's still 3 alive and 2 dead on deck there, but that's their turn. We now move to Din.
One has disappeared again.
One is, oh,
One of
why?
the live ones.
Why do you keep disappearing, my guy? There you go.
Very shy.
They're
It's
ghost
rightfully scared of
worms.
It wants to have invisibility. It's cosplaying.
Yep. Cast invisibility on itself. Yeah.
Just
I
turn
didn't.
itself into a pretzel.
Yep.
Din is going to run south.
Yeah.
Loading the crossbow. And just using his bonus action to shoot bolt towards the donut. Excuse me. I'm moving south, like
Destruct yourself.
south. Yes. Yes,
Oh.
because I want to try and push the creature like westward.
Okay. So like right there.
Yes.
Yeah, you can do that.
Something like that.
Yeah. Roll to hit. As you reload, as you run over and aim and fire. 16 hits.
Nice. 16. Ooh, nice.
Ooh, 13 damage.
points of
Yeah,
damage.
it's hurting. And that pushes
So-
it back at 10 feet.
Dane is like clenching his jaw, and it's like remembering that conversation where he was silent, and he's like gonna scream at the top of his lungs, "She's not asleep!" and run towards Shantae and cast Cure Wounds.
Very
like
nice.
making her basket light from Alamore.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna do that level 2.
Very nice.
So she's gonna get this back.
Ooh, pretty much the entire
24.
hit healed. Very nice. It's a parting of the clouds for just a moment. A beam of a god ray, if you would, quite literally in this sense. Spotlights Shantae in the moment there, curing a lot of that burnt blade flesh that she just occurred. She just looks up to you and just, thank you. These things are nasty.
Yeah, and Dean kind of like faces the creature himself and stands in between it and
Yeah.
her. And that's
Check.
his turn.
25. So you can't quite get in between them. Yeah, you can get right there. You can kind of stand right side by side her. Because you have 30 feet, right?
Correct.
Yeah, so right there. Perfect. All right. It is now Shantae's turn. Who steps away from the ballista there and pulls out a kind of quarterstaff that has a spear point-ish, kind of javelin-esque style weapon, and she kind of twirls it a little bit and just says, "It's been a minute since I've had to use this," and goes and just like tries to harpoon this thing with that weapon. Oh. It has been a while since you used it. As it clatters against the creature's scale, as it looks like down at the spear, and just looks back up at her, and just... As Shantae just curses under her mouth. Alright, that's her turn. She thought she has got to step... She's like, pats you on the shoulder. I think you got this. Alright. Euan, it is your turn.
Right, so now we've got all the beasties on board again.
Yeah, this one up here is dead. This one's over here dead, but they are still taking up a large portion of the ship as their corpses are still kind of fiery.
Yep. Euan is going to circle around the... Well, actually, first... I don't think that tops the amount of temp HP either Ruka or Asja have. No, you did take damage, Asja, so you got the 3 temp HP.
All right.
And then I'm going to circle around, kind of get over in front of Rhukkarrak between these two.
Okay.
Yep. And I will attack.
You can do so.
Starting with one to the north of me.
Yeah. Oh.
With a natural 1.
Natural 1. It's gonna miss.
Yep. Same one. I thought that was going to be another natural 1. I was going to cry. 24 to hit that one. For 15 points of damage.
Okay.
And in a sweeping arc, I will bring the halberd around in my cleave to hit the one to the south of me.
Okay.
It's a 17 to hit. And it's just the
17
D10
hits.
damage. For 1 point of damage. Wow.
Wee.
And then for my bonus action, I will spin the halberd around in my hand and bring the pommel end down onto the one to the north of me, get with another natural 1.
Oh no. Alright, with double natural 1s here, go ahead and roll a D10 for me.
That's a 4.
In the flurry of swinging this halberd around, you're not used to having a combatant or an ally as close as Rhukkarrak is currently, and you nick him for 4 points of slashing damage.
I'm so sorry.
I'm even more sorry. My armor reacts automatically.
So you take 4 points of ice
You take
or cold
10
damage.
points of frost damage.
It should.
it 10 or
I
is
think
it just the
it's only
amount
the
that I
damage
deal?
it deal.
It deals the same amount of damage as my roll. I got 10 temporary hit points, so it deals 10
Oh yeah,
damage
every time until
it goes away.
it goes away, right?
Oh, they've made that much better spell.
It's always done that, but okay.
But yeah, so as you are just in a flurry trying to do a big sweeping motion here, you're just slick a little bit. Some of the molten kind of magma there on the floor from the corpses of these other ones that have bled out just slips you up a little bit, steaming with the rain as you slice Rhukkarrak a bit, and this blast of just icy cold just consumes you for just a moment as you recoil from 10 points of cold damage.
That's everything, DM.
Yeah.
That's
Alrighty, we move to the top of the round as the Glimmerwake just starts to veer a little bit. Let's see if I can. Oh! Alright, let's see if I can. Aha! Oh, that's a little drastic. Hold up. Oh. Why can't I? I'm supposed to be able to not shift it. Alright, we'll just do that and then move it a little bit this way. There we go. As it starts to like skid almost on the dunes there, we'll say. Trying to go now south direction. So you all are shifted. That's crazy. Alrighty. Then the commoners, this one exits the scene. This one, you watch Asja as the sand there just is simmering on that guy or that individual's corpse, as it does not look like they are living any longer.
Okay.
They just start to run down. This one stays up here. This one just starts to run over here too. And that is their turn. All right, Rhukkarrak, it is your turn. You're like sideways.
Okay.
Go.
I need to.
Yeah, sideways is relative.
Yeah, it really
I need
is.
to get one of these beasties between me and Euan so that we don't have any more mishaps.
Yeah. So, which,
yeah, I'll circle around.
towards Argon or over towards the front of the ship?
I'm going to bonus action disengage.
Oh, okay.
And I guess we'll towards Argon. Why not?
Okay. Head on over there. Boop.
Yep, just to flank this guy and...
Okay.
Okay, and then attack with the sword and the dagger. That's an 18. The sword and a 17 for the dagger.
Yep, both of those hit.
That's 2 normal, 5 fire.
Damn.
Let's fit. So it's 17 slashing and 5 fire for the sword,
Yep, got it.
and then an additional 6 damage from a dagger.
Nice. It is looking very rough as you carve into it. Again, the fire not dealing as much damage, but a lot of it where you just start carving through its carapace.
And that is movement, bonus action, and action. That'll be
Okay.
it.
You move on to Argon, who is going to, still with that flaming sword in hand, kind of step around a little bit here. Get a better vantage point and then slice down with it.
Fucking sideways.
12 is going to
yeah.
miss, unfortunately. Argon kind of
out of a bar.
slices down with the flame sword, but as he does so, he like tweaks the shoulder that is currently bleeding pretty heavily. He just recoils a little bit and misses with that slash. But with that, he'll kind of limp or back away a little bit from that. Yeah, that will provoke an opportunity attack from this creature as it tries to snip at his feet there. Let's see. 16. I think that meets it. Beats the targets. I see is 16. Oh no. Okay. Just a regular hit. Let's see. 6 points of piercing, 5 points of fire, so that's reduced to 2, so 8 damage total. Alright, he is still up, but definitely less than half, that's for sure. Definitely bloodied. As he starts to, like, move down away from the combat there. Alright, that is Argon. We move to Veril, who is going to continue to... Argon kind of steps down the stairs. Veril, full steam ahead, just go! And Veril will just encourage the winds to continue to blow heavier, so that the Glimmerrake will move quicker this next, at the top of the round. Alright. Asja, it is your turn.
All right. Learning from her dad, she's going to nimbly kind of bink bink over the body, and she will go to the the one that Rook is the other side of Euan's
Over here?
one. No. Sorry. Yeah, that one. Sorry.
Okay.
I was like, not the front of the ship. What's it called? Why am I focused on that
The
right
bow,
now?
yeah.
Yeah. Couldn't get over why my brain was focused on that one. All right. Unfortunately, she's got what she's got in her hand. So here we go.
Start slashing. That hits.
That would be a dirty 20.
For 9 damage there.
10 points of damage to it.
Okay.
4 to me. That's fine. Okay. Uh, 15 hits because of 14 hits.
Yep.
So 6 plus...
It's really hurting. So you can. Oh my god,
6
is
plus
that 1 health?
7 is 13.
Is that 1 health? 1 damage too.
Okay, so that's 1 more for me. All right. Bonus action.
Punch it to death. Pop, pop.
Yeah, pretty much. Pow pow. We're going for fist. I'm going for some
flurry of
little
blows.
fists now.
Okay, if you want, you can use a key point to just punch it twice, or just.
I did.
Okay.
I
nice.
did. 24 for
Yeah,
the first one.
that's gonna do it. I'll describe how Asja carves this thing up and then finishes off with a punch.
All right, Asja runs up, and as she's running up, she makes her first plunge of the blade into it, pulls it out as she brings it back around, sweeping down into another one, and following behind that, is just her fist following in behind. And it goes through, I guess, the carapace, so... If you want to have her take a little molten damage, that's fine.
You're
But
good. You do it fast enough that you just, like monks do that, like 5-inch punch, bam! right into its side as it recoils quite heavily, and its head swings back over and lands next to Euan's feet, dead. Oops. Alright, anything else for you, Asja?
nope, that's it.
Okay. It is now their turn. This one's gonna back up a little bit. Yeah, we'll say Euan, it will leave your opportunity range if you want to make an attack.
Of course. It's a 23 to hit
23 definitely hits.
for a total of 17 max damage.
And that's gonna do it. As it starts to move out, you just make a big wide sweep and just slice right through its head. And it just falls still on the deck there, no longer living. That it did. Now the only one left is this one, who's going to rush over, drawn by an instinct. They're not the smartest creatures. As it just rushes up over here, and that's its turn. Now all of those are dead except for that one little guy there.
There's still the one that's like.
Oh, that's true. Oh yeah, you're right.
Northwest of
So
them.
this one, oh yeah, okay. He's gonna shift a little bit, and you watch not as powerful of a sandblast, but its maw starts to grow hotter and hotter as it expunges some sand in both Shantae and Din's direction there. We're gonna see. Alright, so yeah, the two of you need to make dex saves for me.
Okay, I have advantage in this because I'm a gnome. Okay,
Yep.
17.
17 succeeds. Shantae. Hello?
Is this thing on?
Is this thing on? Yeah. Where is it? There we go. Oh, she fails. It's not her day. Alright, so it's gonna do some damage here.
I mean, at least she got healed first.
That's true. Alright,
So I take, what, 4?
let me hold up that. I don't think that did the damage right. It's supposed to be 46, 2d6 fire, 2d6 bludgeoning. So let me roll 2 more. d6.
Okay.
Alright, so that's going to be 7 bludgeoning, 5 fire. So a total of 12 or 6 for you, Din.
Okay.
He goes down that. Okay. Not looking the best, but definitely not on death's door thanks to the healing that you provided. Alright, now Din, it is your turn.
Okay. Alright, so let's point at the creature and like all the death energy from the other creatures that are dead on deck kind of like coalesce around it as I cast Toll the Dead
Okay.
on it. So wisdom save DC 15.
Wisdom save. Oh, I rolled really good.
Okay. Yes. So it shakes it off, and
Does not seem to
with my bonus action, I'm gonna use my last attack that I have with my War Priest feature to like bump the one to the northeast
Okay.
out of the ship. If I hit it.
Oh, nice.
Okay,
You
17
do.
does hit. 7
Hmm.
points of damage. Okay, and that's it for me. Yes, that's it.
All right, Shantae's turn up. As she goes and picks up her spear there and tries to throw it again. We'll see if this time it'll do better. Hey, there we go.
Yes.
It does damage. And 6 points of damage. Oh, it is low. It's not looking happy. It kind of embeds into part of its molten flesh there. Lets out a big hiss. Ashanta just finally. And then that is her turn. We'll move on to Euan. As you're surrounded by just molten corpses that are simmering with the rainfall. A sauna in here.
There's the one that just got bumped off the ship,
Yep,
and then there's the other one.
right over here.
Is that one within 40 feet of me?
This one here. Oh, let's see. Oh, no. Oh, there we go. Okay. Oh, nope. Nope, that's not what I want. Alright, so if you go directly there, if you leap over
Yeah, I would leap over it.
Alright. We go ahead and just make it's only going to be DC of 10, but to see if you can land on the kind of slick. It's going to be acrobatics. This is like balance, so dexterity. You leap over.
Nope.
Oh. Nope, you fall prone right over here as you leap over, land, and just whoop like you stepped on a banana peel. You fall prone. But you do have, that's half your movement, so if you want to stand up with the other half, you can do so.
Yeah, I'll stand up with the other half, and then I will... I guess I'll kind of lean the halberd up against the wall behind me.
Okay.
And pull out a pair of hand axes and chuck the hand axes at the creature.
Right, yeah, go ahead.
Yep. Hand axe number 1 does not hit with a 12. I'm also not used to this.
What is the range on the hand axe real quick?
20/60.
Okay, so you're just in range there. I'll say that you don't have disadvantage.
Yeah. Yep. The second one does hit though with a 19.
Okay. How much damage?
For a total of 11 points of damage with a thrown hand axe.
Yeah, that will do it. As it kind of coils up into a like cobra almost pose there, its jaw just dripping with this sand. As it kind of reverberates, this axe just gets lodged into its head and just falls to the deck and dies. Boop. All right. Anything else for you, Juan?
No, that's action. I don't have a bonus action that I can do right now, so.
Okay.
That's it.
To the top of the round. As the Glimmerwake says, I'm out of here. Moves a total of 60 feet. Go, Glimmerwake, go. Boop. It kind of starts to crane. Now this one is over here. Perfect. Alright, then for Rhukkarrak, it is your turn. It's just the one way over there, but all the other ones are dead. We'll say, actually, with that, do not play this out. I do want to get to some other stuff. The Glimmerwake glides very quickly with Veryl's extra oomph of wind given to it in this moment. As you start to glide across the water, the steam rising from the hot hover that allows the Glimmerwake to do so. And the one remaining creature just in the back there tries to keep up a little bit, but with the extra speed that Viral has granted the Glimmerwake, and for just a brief moment, it does not. That will be the end of combat.
Well, Aruka is going to start harvesting, at the very least, that pretty thick chitin.
Yep. Yep. You watch as the chitin there too is like warm to the touch, and the innards are even more so, to the point where like an extended duration would start to burn, especially people like Rhukkarrak who are not necessarily fire aligned. But yeah, it's pretty durable. Looks almost like hardened sand in itself. Like they consumed the sand and molded it to this chitin plate of sort.
I want to spend the use of my second wind, just like as combat ends, kind of like take a deep breath and regain some hit points. Nice, 12.
Very nice. So as the Glimmer gets further and further away from that ambush site, if you would. But you can see the dunes are pretty upset by all the burrowing and explosion of sand that these creatures concurred. Argon kind of is bracing part of his wound and seeing to it a little bit.
It is so strange. I have not seen... I believe these are moltworms, is what they're referred to as. The only place I've really seen them is over in the magma spires, though. I don't think I've seen them over here, especially not in Tideswell. They are fire-aligned. Wonder, Jan did warn me that the Glimmerwake's energy might attract creatures. Might have rose them from their dormancy. Thank you, all. Fought well.
And he looks over towards the body that is still simmering a little bit on the deck. A grim expression draws over his face. Kind of lowers his head a little bit and takes off his hat.
Guess we can't save them all.
He walks over to pick up the corpse.
If you want to honor him, I could ask him what his last wish is.
Kind of looks towards you with a curious eye. I don't... He is dead.
He's dead?
Yes. I don't see...
Yes.
I don't feel a pulse here.
Yes, so I can ask him what he would have wished for his, I don't know, funerary rite, or what his last wish is. Just if you want. And yes, I can speak with him even now.
You see that the other crew members too just get this like odd look in their eyes towards Din in this moment. Argon kind of pipes up. I think it's better leave him to peace. Thank you for
As
the
you
offer,
wish.
but... And you watch as now as the combat has calmed here, some more of the crew come from below deck there and just start to help clean up a little bit, solemn expressions across their face. But not one of surprise. This crew has been through a lot in past years. You can tell that. And losses do happen, and they know that's part of the gig. But it does not ease the burden of losing another. We'll say a few things later tonight, I think. Send him off the lunar properly. That Argon kind of takes the corpse and moves towards his cabin to keep it at least out of the weather for the time being. Rhukka, you get to work harvesting some of these creatures. As you can tell, they don't really have a whole lot of organs. These things aren't super bestial in nature. They're kind of just living molten magma and fire, more or less, with a instinct of their own. So you are able to harvest some of the chitin that you could potentially use on a later date, but the innards just kind of pools out and simmers with the rain. There's not really like flame organs or other things of that nature that you have found on other Vizorks that are attuned to the fire element.
Okay, then he'll get a few of the chitin and then help clean up.
You watch as a lot of the crew help kind of lift and throw these spaghetti donuts off board. Just
Ewan's
splash.
going to recover his hand axes before they remove the one
Yeah.
that he chucked him at.
But with the crew a little down, the Glimmerwake continues its journey, continuing further and further in this western direction towards the Spearpoint. And it's not long until you see something that you believe is probably the Spearpoint. The Glimmerwake slows, its emberglass wake dimming as Argon pulls the vessel to a halt. At first, the landscape ahead seems no different from the endless dunes and scattered stones you've grown used to, but then you see it. A lone rock formation jutting from the sands. Its angles a little too deliberate, too precise to be wholly natural. Whatever it once was, time has not been kind. Weather and wind have worn it down to something that could be mistaken for another lifeless outcrop. Its edges softened, its surface scarred, yet there's a certain weight to it. An echo of intent, perhaps, that marks it more than just stone. As Argon gathers the four of you together, as the dunes beyond stretch endlessly around you still, silent and watchful, as if holding their breath. Before you lies this fractured remnant of an age long past, and hopefully a promise that something still lingers there, something that is worth this effort, worth the loss that you just accrued. Argon says underneath his breath, "Well, we're here. Let's meet the description. We'll pull in close and allow you to look closer. I sure hope that there's no other dangers that's inside. Some of you look a little, well, worse for wears. So advise, be careful, but I know you know what you're doing. I will continue to make sure the deck and everything is up to moving order when you return." And with that, the Glimmer kind of stops a good 50 or so feet away from the actual formation here.
We stay together. As I said before, Euan kind of working out, stretching his hip from the fall. Especially now that we're injured. At the first sign of danger, we leave.
Okay, I want to go ahead and cast Aid on Asja, Euan, and myself.
Yeah. What level would you
Level
like to cast
3,
it at?
so
Level
10.
3. 10 hit points.
Yeah.
Okay. As the light of Almor once again kind of escapes from the cloud barrier up above, just bask in that for just a brief moment, feeling the resurgence of energy and vigor.
Well, I believe Asja's notes said that there isn't anything dangerous here, but
That was then, this is now.
exactly.
Don't- Are we all ready?
Let's go.
Yep.
Okay. One by one, the crew helps you disembark as the Glimmerwake is no longer steaming from underneath, so you aren't in danger disembarking here. And you slowly make your way, trudging through the wet sand, closer and closer to this formation. And at first, it just looks like a big rock. You can see subtle, maybe carvings along it. But I need everyone to make an investigation check here as you grow closer.
I have proficiency, so I could help someone out. To roll with advantage.
Yeah. Would you like to help out in
So
this moment?
Asja, I guess, because Nibs hasn't rolled.
Sure.
Yes, and wait. Oh, okay. I
Oh,
also
sorry.
want to give you bardic inspiration.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
How does Din give some inspiration in this moment?
So I guess Din is like running alongside Asja, and instead of like looking himself, he's like helping her like grab the magnifying glass, like her notes and everything, because yeah, she's gonna have like her hands full.
Okay.
And then he's gonna be like,
Okay, Asja, you got this.
Okay. So does that add a?
At the
I don't know how
6?
this works.
Yeah.
1d6.
1d6.
Yes.
Yep.
Okay. And I roll it. All right.
Yep.
4. So that's 19 then my total.
Both Rhukkarrak and Asja got 19. Okay. It takes time circling the formation before you finally notice it. What at first seems like nothing more than weathered stone is, in truth, something more deliberate. The rock bears faint carvings, worn nearly smooth by centuries of sand and rain. Their shapes too purposeful, though, to be the work of nature alone. At the far side of it, just beyond the Glimmerwake, so you're out of view from the Glimmerwake, you spot it. A narrow entrance, so well hidden in shadows it could have easily been overlooked. Oh, my notes just disappeared. Oh no. There you go. Hello. It's fine. You step closer, the outline becomes undeniable. A doorway of sorts. And you slowly step inside carefully. Boots slick against stone darkened by the trickle of rainfall that seeps down into a shallow flow leading deeper. At first you worry the narrow passage here may force you single file, but as you round the rough-hewn bend, the space opens suddenly and dramatically. Before you lies a vast spherical chamber like a dome. The walls curve seamlessly into the ceiling and floor, impossibly smooth, their surface etched with ancient carvings. Here, the markings are a bit clearer, more preserved, yet their meaning is shrouded at first glance. Some sort of language, perhaps, some arcane runes. You're not sure, but definitely the work of some long-forgotten hand. And whatever secrets this place holds, it's very obvious nature did not shape them itself. You're in this completely dome-like interior here. You don't, at a first glance, see any other passageways. The rain has kind of pulled to a very shallow, about inch or so deep of water that kind of still in here. You can see a little bit of a flow that helps reflect some of the ceiling above. It's pretty dark in here, and so you are having to rely mainly on dark vision unless one of you wants to cast light or do something along those lines. See, there is the light from Euan's Elandris that peeks out from his vest. Other than that, it's pretty dark.
Yeah, Euan will cast and hold. Once I find the spell, there it is. Produce flame in his hand.
Okay.
Which gives us some bright light to be able to see in here. It's nothing major. It's 20-foot bright light and 20-foot dim light past that.
Yep. And so that pretty much brightens most of the room here. As it's roughly around 30-ish or so feet in across from side to side. What would you like to do?
Asja is about to Indiana Jones the poo out of this place. Like, there are no corners, but there is no curve that is going to be left unturned. She's going to look at symbols, referencing her notes, and just get as much information as she can before somebody says, "We have to go!" So, because that's her biggest fear, is that somebody's going to say that before she's done finding stuff here.
Okay. Go ahead.
While I was just doing that, Rukka's going to try and figure out where the water is draining out.
Okay. So both of you go ahead and roll perception checks for me. Actually, investigation would probably be more as you're looking at the finer details here.
Rukka's not good at investigation. Oh, except he's getting really lucky rolls.
Nope. Tonight is not my night.
Oh, no. Okay, so Rhukka, you start to pace a little bit and look at the mostly still water. You can see that there is a steady stream of rainwater that comes in from the entrance there and just kind of coats the bottom flooring here. And it takes you a good couple minutes to find where this water might be going. You can see there are little slits in part of the floor where it looks like the water seeps down, albeit very, very slowly, to like a overflow kind of hole in parts of the domed wall. So the water doesn't rise above a certain level. It just trickles down further. You can hear the faintest as you get close enough and kind of put your ear to the stone there, the trickle in of water. But definitely nowhere you could fit into it. They're very small slits.
Well, with it seeming that the water level is intentional, he's going to start looking around the room for why whoever built this would want there to be water in here.
Okay.
Maybe look at the reflection or other reasons.
Okay. As Rhukkarrak does that, Asja, you start to take out some notes and start to copy, to the best of your ability, some of the etchings and carvings that you see within the ceiling. Some of it's a little bit harder to see from the firelight that Euan has produced there. The ceiling itself is still a good 20 or so feet off the actual ground here, in that dome kind of shape. And so there are details that are a little bit further away that are a little harder to make out in the darker, dim light from the flame there. But you
Does
start
anybody
to...
mind if I turn up the light just a little bit?
I don't mind.
No?
Alright. This doesn't say it. I just have to put it at a point within range. How high up is the top of the dome of the ceiling?
About 20 feet. A little less than that.
Oh, good.
Roughly.
Well, she is going to cast a spell that no one has seen her cast yet. And suddenly, I apologize, everyone. She's just gonna kind of go, mind your eyes. And from the center point of the dome, a 60-foot radius sphere of sunlight is going to just illuminate the dome as she casts daylight.
As hisses like a cave creature.
As if
Light,
Alamor
Aziz! Light!
herself
Sorry.
steps into this small domed alcove. They immediately fills with this bright, brilliant light that very clearly illuminates the ceiling and the reflective nature of that. Rhukkarrak, you kind of note that it's probably just to have that reflection. You don't know if there's a particular use for the water there other than some sort of reflection, but you know it wouldn't be here if it wasn't Tideswell. But you were able to pinpoint a little more of the details here. Asja, go ahead and roll one more investigation check for me.
Can I add something to the scene?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I feel like when we stepped in, like since this is a circular chamber or a dome, like the way the sound would be inside, it's very different from outside. And like they would pick this up, and like since we entered and it was dark, like he was kind of like focusing on that and like the cadence of the rain and stuff. So I wanted to cast minor illusion to conjure up like a very soft sound of drums that kind of like matches the rain, like starts building up, and Dean was gonna like actually start playing at the center of the chamber because like it would have like the best acoustics ever.
Okay.
And I guess like when Alamor's like appears out of Asja's spell, he would kind of like shed a tear and like keep playing.
As the music reverberates through the chamber here, Din, go ahead and make a performance check for me. Okay.
Take 13. I wanna use my last second main for tactical mind.
Protect the mind
Add 1d10
D10.
to the roll. Yes.
Okay.
Okay,
18.
18.
So there's this beautiful, serene music as Din starts to pluck away at this stringed instrument that also doubles as his crossbow. Starts to reverberate through the chamber. It does bring this just ethereal sense of greater purpose to this chamber for sure. And it helps Asja. Did you roll your investigation?
No, you told me to wait a second.
Okay, so go ahead and roll that now.
Alright.
Do so at advantage.
I was gonna say, any advantage now? There's more light, and she has
The
studied a lot
light.
of the stuff.
No, the pretty music.
Maybe? 17.
Double 15.
Okay, I'll
17's not
take
bad
it.
though.
Devil's 50.
If you want, we can make this also like bardic inspiration with the music and roll 1d6 if Starfish allows
Yeah,
it.
if you have more inspiration to give out, yeah.
Yeah, I
I'll
have
allow
one
that.
left.
Okay, so roll that d6. There you
17 plus 4 is a 21.
That gives above the 20 mark. Nice.
Much better than the 8 originally. Thank you, Dan. Your song was beautiful. I love it.
Just feeling
Much
that
clearer of mine now.
music that just encapsulates the beauty of these etchings. It is very, very purposefully done, and in this arcane kind of rune almost format. It looks also almost similar to some sort of constellation type map in a sense, as you do see little spheres of embedded gemstones that encompass part of the ceilings, those of which have different color. You see one that's a very vibrant red, one that's a very vibrant green, one that's on sapphire blue, one that's a little more like a topaz, kind of this ruddy earthen color. And at the center of the ceiling, there's a large space where it looks like something once was. But what this whole scene is reminding Asja of in this moment is another symbology that you found months ago. On the walls of Brillante, there was this diagram of unknown nature that had 7 spheres across it. You had theories as to what they were, planets, elements, stars. You weren't quite sure. But the domed ceiling here looks very similar to what that diagram was.
Asja will pull out the etching, because the etching was of that diagram.
That it was. And with that, it is different. It's not exactly identical, almost like 2 different artists' strokes of the same concept. But it is very similar. And there's 6 gemstones embedded into the ceiling, with the 7th at the very center missing.
Do we have anything we could use as a gem to try to fill it in?
Do you?
Only our own.
Or have we seen like anything that may fit?
Euan puts his
Definitely.
Elandris in it.
You could try if you would like to do that.
100%.
Okay.
20 feet in the air, right?
Yeah, you would have to.
Fly can fly.
You would have to bamp out the wings if you would like to do that.
That's fine.
Okay. So as you all are kind of looking up, Din, recalling if you've seen anything. You haven't seen the middle cavity here is noticeably larger than the other 6. The middle one's the largest, and there's 2 to the side of it on opposite sides that are about mid-sized, and then 4 surrounding that are smaller. The mid-sized one looks like there's a diamond and an onyx, one that's brilliant, that is shining incredibly bright with the light here, and the one that almost steals the light, very opposite. And then, yet again, a ruby, a sapphire, an emerald, and I can't remember the gemstone for air, but there's one that is like a light blue as well. But as
So not quite the same thing as like the Elandris crystals then. Like
they do
actual gemstones.
not look like Elandris. There might be. They're a little bit larger than Elandris as you fly up and get to the like actual roof of the ceiling there and reach your Elandris up, and you can see that it's definitely not going to fit. The gemstone here probably would be like 3 or 4 times larger than your Elandris. Like it would be a gemstone worth a ridiculous amount of gold. Opal, that was the other one. Air's opal.
As Euan is attempting to do this, Asja is going to move to the center of the room with her dry, like her etching.
Yeah.
And going based on... Okay, so some of those small things might be star constellations. She's going to work out, okay, so if the red one represents... We need to pin the planet names somewhere in one of our groups. So
Ignicera.
The Ignicera. She's going to go through them all and kind of go, okay, so that would be Lunar, that would be all the rest of this, she's also going to try and fill in. So, from Ignicera, what constellations would lead? Basically, based on the planets that she figures that those are, she's going to try and see which constellation she has to follow to get to this missing spot, which she is going to assume is the Aether.
Right, you
So that
look
when
over...
it becomes the night sky again, she can try and find these constellations in the night sky and see, is there just like a big black hole that nobody's ever about before or something like that? You know, stuff like that. So that's what she's doing.
You look over a lot of the connections from the different gemstones here, as there are like constellations almost, where a line will lead to one to the other and kind of make this near spiderweb-esque etching on the roof there, and you can pinpoint different connections. You flip through some of the constellations that you have on hand that you've studied and whatnot that had to deal with the Aether, especially the ones that you found in Verelanthe back then, as those were starkly different, as they were not anything any of you had ever seen before, including Cordrin, who literally a couple sessions ago sang a song about stars. And some of those constellations look similar. Like, you can pinpoint certain aspects of those forgotten, if you would, constellations, but none of them look current or anything like that.
Hey, Euan, while you're up there, do you want to try and touch the ruby with your flame? Just out of curiosity.
I can try that. And I will bring the flame around. I feel it is worth noting that it does not actually emit heat or ignite anything. It just sheds light and everything, but he will take and let the flame touch the ruby out of curiosity.
What is the cantrip here? Just conjure flame?
That's produce flame.
Produce flame, okay. All right, as you bring the fire closer, it gets sapped from your hand there and leached into the ruby. As the energy that you were conjuring there, the gentle fire play fills into that ruby as it glows just a little bit brighter red.
Euan breathes fire onto it.
Ah.
Fascinating. Blah!
Yeah, with that stream of flame from your mouth there, it's like shooting sand into a vacuum as the fire escapes and then almost immediately gets concealed and sucked up by this ruby.
I don't know how I feel about this.
And you watch as part of the lines that are going from the ruby there start to just glimmer with a bit of red, like tracing away from it towards other stones.
What else do we have that we can cast into these? I'm afraid my abilities end at fire.
I
And
have a bit
slaughter.
of frost
but
that might react to the blue gem. If you want to fly me up there, I could try it. It's harder for me to direct it at you.
The gems themselves are embedded only roughly 10-ish feet off the ground, as they're domed. They're actually further like on the walls more than the ceiling, as it's just one big dome.
Gotcha.
Okay, then Ruka will go near the blue gem.
The sapphire.
The sapphire. And do his breath weapon. or his spikes. But intentionally, instead of trying to form the spikes, he's going to try and direct his breath towards the gem.
Okay. As you take a deep breath in, feeling that inner frost, that inner connection to the water element, you take a deep breath out, and as the mist starts to escape your maw there, or your mouth, and then your orcish form, it once again gets absorbed by the sapphire and starts to glow, a little bit vibrant bluish hue, showing that light across the room. The room is now kind of basked in this very bright light from Asja, but also these dancing red and blues that kind of mingle with like kind of a purplish tinge to it.
I guess Dane will like raise his voice and using gust, like make it travel across the room and hit the opal.
Okay. Likewise, as the winds very quickly pick up in the room, they then get consumed by the opal as it starts to glow brighter, kind of this whitish blue tinged light. As more of the connections further encompass the ceiling here.
Now, you said there was a diamond and onyx.
Correct.
Are they also 10 feet off the ground?
They're a little bit closer to the center. So they're more like 15-ish.
Right. And the diamond was already kind of glowing because of the light?
From what you can tell, yeah, it's glowing quite brightly. It hasn't consumed the light in the same way.
Hey,
It also isn't arcing any of its connections currently.
Right. Euan, could you please help me reach the onyx?
Euan will come down and grab Rhukkarrak and help lift him up so that way he can get up to it.
And he's going to use his shadow pearl to cast darkness.
Okay. As the darkness starts to leach out from that pearl, it vortexes into the onyx. As the onyx starts to almost vibrate for a moment, you watch as the black tendrils start to arc out in those lines, going to connect two parts of the different other stones that are glowing. One arcs over to the still dormant emerald in the corner there, and when it reaches it, it reacts in a not so nice way as it recoils back towards the onyx, and a blast of energy occurs from the ceiling there. I need both Euan and Rhukkarrak to make dex saving throws for me.
Ooh.
Because I'm so good at those.
Rhukka, you have disadvantage because Euan's carrying you.
Okay.
2.
That's a natural 1.
All right.
For a total of 5. Or 6.
You each take 6 points of necrotic damage.
Ow.
As the energy that was siphoned fades from the onyx.
Well, it looks like there's a particular order to this thing.
Methinks we might also have to have the light and or life and death at the same time. Ouch.
Well,
Euan coughs up like a speck of blood.
it seems
Perhaps it is wise to stop for now until we figure out how it works. Also,
Well,
yes,
wait. You've already done fire, and you have to... Let me have a turn. You have done fire. You have done water. You have done air. I have one trick up my sleeve. Maybe it will count for Earth. She is going to cast Entangle
Okay.
towards the Earth gem.
Okay, as the light kind of coalesces in your hand as you release the spell, the light then suffuses into these large vine-like entangling spell, and it just entangles the wall there. It doesn't look like the emerald reacted. It looked more like life
That's all
than
I
it
got.
did.
Aside from
So-
that one up there. We don't have Earth anyway. Unless somebody has Earth. Most of us aren't Earth.
Oh, where's Gordon when you need him?
Like the tendrils didn't light up like all the way to the center when we used like the cantrips and stuff, right?
No, they seemed a little weaker. They're just like starting to arc towards the different locations, not fully connected.
And
Asja,
to be
go ahead.
clear, the backlash was when the dark essence hit where the earth gem was,
The
correct?
vacant earth, yes.
Yes.
As it
Okay.
rebounded from no connection made there, and then
Yeah.
expunged that energy out into the world. Asja, go ahead and make an intelligence check for me.
Natural 20 for 22.
22. You start thinking, how can we get Earth in there? How can that be a possibility? But then something crosses your mind that alarms you quite heavily, as you're very thankful you thought of this. When the death energy, more or less, when that energy was branching out to make those connections and was repelled from the vacant spot, you look up to the center of the vacant gym that's sitting there, and you just get this very sudden feeling that if you were to light all these up currently as is, they would try to potentially go into the center, and well, there's nothing for them to connect to there.
I take it that Din maybe is right. Maybe we should stop. Bad things could happen even if we did figure it all out. We
Look at
are
us.
missing a connection at the top.
Look at us casually making an arcane nuke.
I was. Well, I was hoping that it would fabricate something in the middle. Are you sure it is missing?
It feels like this place is the place you unlock the ether from. Because what's the gem that's missing? The one at the center.
That does make sense.
This place. It feels different, doesn't it?
Quite a bit, actually.
Well, we need to.
I'm wondering how it survived. With only the gem missing. The other places we've been to, things were thoroughly destroyed, smashed, it looked like. But this place,
It's like
Aside
it's being
from
protected.
one
isn't
missing
it?
gem. Yes, aside from one missing gem, place is pristine.
Asja,
It
The
doesn't
book.
even really look aged here. Like, look at the floor. The water, like, it comes in every tide swell. You would think that maybe there would be a dinge on the floor. This
The
is
book that Jean
definitely-
gave you. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Yes. No, go ahead.
Were the notes about the inside of this place, or did it just mention the outside?
Yeah.
It wasn't particular. It kind of referenced the inside. It just said that there wasn't much there.
Did
That
it
they
mention
couldn't-
gems at all or anything?
It did mention etchings and carvings into a wall that they couldn't ascertain the meaning of at the time.
Look, as long as we are the only one found fallen day, then I could understand why when somebody walks in, they're not going to understand what this is. She turns the piece of paper of her rubbing. Not the same, but it is the same. So unless you had found this before, you might not understand what you're looking at.
Yes.
It might just look like a fancy building with some gems in it. This is
Or you just
definitely a
forget
map.
it.
Or you forget it. I
So-
have a feeling this is maybe a map. Or maybe this is where we unlock it. Or maybe this is somehow one of those conduits that survived. Maybe this is how the humans returned after the age of we don't know.
If like one wants to look at the sky from the outside, where's the spearhead pointing at?
Just kind of on an angle upwards. There's not... You could potentially try to convince the crew to wait till night to get a better star chart reading on that specific point, but go ahead and make a nature check for me, Din, just to get a general idea of if it could be pointing somewhere intentional. You don't know. It just looks like it's pointing upwards.
I guess I'll still like say the idea out loud.
So, either we find this missing gem here, which he glances around the room. I don't think it is. I didn't see any extra doors or anything here. Or we need to find this gem someplace else.
Perhaps it is entombed with the paragons.
Perhaps.
Asja, with that natural 20 on intelligence, you keep thinking of this place is too pristine. The amount of weathered look that the exterior had, there's no way it could have been kept this well just by its own. You have this sinking feeling that there's been at least some maintenance done here. And you start to look around more and more. And you do notice, like, polishes and whatnot. Signs of, well, movement. Of interaction. This has not sat here for decades, centuries. Something has been taking care of this place. And it's only then, with that new perspective, that you see a small slit in one of the walls. Something that outlines maybe another doorway?
Hello.
Go ahead.
She's gonna, as people are talking again, she's gonna kind of move around the room, her hand going against the edge. She's murmuring something about just something is just not right, how it's just too clean, it's too polished, it's too... And then she'll stop as she gets to that crack and kind of go, I think I found a door. Probably of the person that's been taking care of this place. No offense,
You-
Rhukka, but do we trust you to check it, or are you going to maybe make us explode again?
Ewan
smiles.
immediately goes on high alert and turns around towards the door, kind of getting a weapon ready and just in case.
No, I'm pretty sure whoever has been taking care of this place, I don't think that they're going to hurt us. I get the sense that they're the caretakers of it. But I don't know, there's just something, just don't be on, don't. If there is something here, let's not go in trying to scare it first. They might have the answer to where the gem is. We need. They might be the caretakers that hold on to keys until this time where the knowledge has been unlocked.
I apologize, I'm a little jumpy after the last few days.
It's
Well,
okay,
it is
but
good to
just
have-
this place is not swirling with death energy. I think we're okay. Well, except for the small oopsie that was created.
It is good to have some caution as Ruka goes ahead and casts his mage armor, gathering shadows on himself. Forgo all the threatening, but I think I'd like a little bit of protection. As he goes over to inspect the gap that Asja found.
Can I try one thing first? Just
Oh,
one
yes.
thing first. Alright, she's gonna walk over to where this crack of the door is.
Okay.
Might as well give this a try first. She's gonna ball up her hand. And I guess she's gonna try and... She's then gonna have second thoughts. She's gonna pull out her dagger and she's going to use the hilt of her dagger to, as loudly as she can, knock on the door.
Hello, top of morning.
Shush. Hello. My name is Asja Einrug. I am of the Gemborn Elves. We are here. We are here about the knowledge that has been unlocked. We promise that we are not a foe, we are a friend. Are you at home before we come in? We don't want to break in. I mean, if they're at home, it would be very rude manners to just walk into their...
As you're pounding on the stonework here, the reverberations echoing through the room, the colors that are imbued into those gems start to fade slightly as little time has gone on. But as those last few words exit your mouth, suddenly some shifting of stone on stone as 4 different doorways flip out into, revealing 4 figures that quickly, brandishing these menacing looking weapons, fully plated in this very strange armor, skin that is faintly purple, orcish in nature maybe, as they all call out in some unknown language that none of you understand, some sort of command that pierces the air. But that is where we're going to pick up in 2 weeks from now.
Excellent.
Oh man.
Ewan,
I
peeks
tried to
yourself a
have
little bit.
manners. I just wanted to have manners. I mean, it would have been worse if we had just broken in. I mean... Oh.
You all have made it to Spearpoint, whatever that means.
Right now, I'm
How we
what
die.
that means.
That's how we die. We die at the end of a spear.
These purplish
Great points.
orcs now commanding you to do something unknown to you. They look not like any orc you have seen.